just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The answer to my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh boy, what an amazing day it is. Isn't it a beautiful, lovely day today? Isn't it just such a gorgeous, fantastic, beautiful, perfect day? Isn't it lovely? Chat, I'm in such a good mood right now. I'm in such a good mood right now. Do you guys know why? I hope you guys know, because you should be in a good mood as well. This is the last of my chapstick. Oh, I need to buy a new tube. All I've got is, like, the cap and the little, like, thing that the chapstick sits in, the plastic bit. And I've made it into almost, like, one of those little, like, a makeshift lip balm, like, you know, like, the Burt's Bees ones you'll get that are, like, a round shape? I basically turned it into that. This is some of the best chapstick I've ever used, though. It's minty. So, I'm gonna use every last bit of it. I will not waste it. Bubba is waiting, Donnie boy. Chat, is it distasteful to make jokes, like prison rape jokes about Trump? The general consensus is that, like, prison rape jokes are not okay ever. But it is Trump, and he is a rapist. Yes, no funny. And then the comment above is prepare your ass, Trump. Amazing. Fantastic. I love that. No, War Penguin, I'm not gonna ban you. What? It's funny when it's Trump because he is genuinely a bad person. Well, he, like, didn't he literally get accused of raping a 13-year-old and then, like, hushing her? And then she came out as an adult anonymously to press charges, got, like, scared into silence because of threats, and then, like, it fizzled out. And then also, the claim was also that Epstein was the other person who had facilitated this. And this was literally back in 2016, before all the crazy shit came out about Epstein and became mainstream and viral. So, yeah, dozens of women. I feel like the fact that several of them are children kind of adds to the horribleness of it, you know? Damn, is Donald Trump a gear? Because he's looking kind of guilty. Shut up. What are you, one of those weebs? Are you one of those weeaboos? One of those otakus in my chat right now? Otakos? Hey chat, I finally watched Dune Part 2. It was pretty good. I actually liked Dune Part 2. And this is all you need to... This is all you need to know in order to understand my opinion on the movie. This is my opinion on Dune Part 2. I got a video here to explain. I can't get into Dune, too much sand. There is a lot of sand. There is a lot of that.
Lisan al-Gaib. Lisan al-Gaib. Lisan al-Gaib. That's right. Lisan al-Gaib or Golden Pathfinder now through winter and will throw in a free thumper.
For your mom. He who controls the price controls the universe.
And we ain't shy Hulud about these deals.
Wow. Jihad me at hello. You are the Kwisatz Cadillac boy. What's in it? Hey.
Fully good deals.
Whoa, mama! Hey, Paul, you ever hear of Solusa Secundus?
Yeah.
Well, you used to Secundus. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah? Well, did you hear about the Atrocities?
Atrocities nuts!
Oh no, it's the Emperor's dreaded satire.
If you walk without rhythm... I wasn't on the island.
So come on down. These deals will end soon.
Okay. I hope you guys enjoy. Why are you weird champing A Shining Soul? Do you not know what Dune's about? Do you not get the joke there? I love how, if you just, like, listen into a conversation between Dune fans, like, if you don't have context, it can be really fucking confusing. Like, when you consider today's, like, political landscape, you know? Like, you've got, like, two fucking nerds talking about, like, you know, I think the jihad was justified. You hear that and you're like, what the fuck are they talking about? You know? Yeah, no, Dune's a little wild for that. Trump should have hired Phoenix Wright. Yeah, true. Dune fans and people who are into acid sound indecipherable. True. I mean, I liked Dune Part 2. Dune Part 1 was a little forgettable for me, but Dune Part 2 kind of tied it together in a way I like, and I enjoyed that one a lot. So, yeah, I'm hoping that the rest of Dune is really good when they make the rest of the movies. Yeah. Alright. Alright, chat. You think we should start with the big breaking news headline story? We probably should, shouldn't we? We probably should. It's happening, guys. Today's the day. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. What spectacular timing for this to happen. It's not just that this is fantastic news, it's that the timing is perfect. Literally, right as I'm about to go live, this happens. Just perfect. Perfect. Imagine Homelander when he's like, it was perfect. That's me right now. Donald Trump found guilty on all counts on the Stormy Daniels porn star hush money case. 34 felony counts he has been found guilty on. With my understanding, there is a potential for up to 4 years per felony charge. And from what I'm hearing from people in chat, due to his position, this is a historic event, a president has never been charged, been found guilty of a crime like this before and thus sentenced. So if he does end up serving any type of time, it's going to have to be in some sort of private prison situation with Secret Service, effectively with a potential maximum of 128 years of house arrest, basically, super house arrest. Hearing that voice say guilty 34 times was magical. I haven't seen any of that yet. I've only read about this from articles. So now it's time for me to bless myself. This has basically been me edging for the last hour and a half since this news came out, not looking at the fucking event, seeing the videos. So it's time to finally goon. No more edging. It's time for us to goon, chat. Let's fucking go.
We've got a verdict. Ari Melber.
We are looking at count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Those are the first 5 counts coming out of this jury finding Donald J. Trump guilty on the first 5 felony counts. Reading the rest as we are getting it from our court reporters.
Starting with count 6.
Count 6, guilty. Count 7, guilty. Count 8, guilty. And you'll see on the screen we're tracking ahead. Count 9, guilty. Count 10, guilty. Count 11, guilty. Count 12, guilty. Count 13, guilty. Count 14, guilty. Count 16, guilty. Count 17, guilty. Count 18, guilty.
Listen, I have one image that that just demonstrates how I feel listening to this. I can't even put into words how this feels. I can only just show you this. This is me. That's me right now.
Guilty. Count 19, guilty. Count 20, guilty. Count 21, guilty. Count 22.
Oh. We've got
Control
a verdict.
R just,
Ari Melber.
Is it Alt R? I think Control R just refreshes the page. Damn it. No.
Count 32.
Okay. Well, I think that's roughly where we were. Yeah, Stormy Daniels, she did it. Who the fuck thought that the Stormy Daniels thing that was last substantially relevant in the, realm of politics and the cultural zeitgeist in 2016. Who would have thought the Stormy Daniels hush money payments would be what takes him down? That it would be fucking Stormy Daniels. The resistance libs were right. Chat, it's happening. I am becoming a resistance liberal. And I'm taking you with me. Sorry, guys. You have no say in the matter. I'm turning you all into resistance liberals. Your I'm with her shirts will be coming in the mail shortly. You will wear them daily and out in public, proudly, with your chest puffed out and your shoulders back. Good posture. Will this tank his chances of winning, Zan? It could honestly go either way. The American people are fucking stupid, so it's very possible they see this as a validation of Trump's claims that everything's rigged against him, and they wouldn't be going after him so hard if he wasn't fighting for them. Instead of the establishment's goals or whatever, because a lot of Americans are stupid and populist. But then on the other end, there is polling that suggests the American people are smart enough to recognize a guilty verdict as a negative thing on him. And he is now a felon, to be clear. Like, now, until the end of the election, when Trump is, and forever, really, when Trump is referred to, he will be referred to as former president and felon Donald Trump. The fact that he is a felon will be brought up in the debates with Biden. It will be brought up in campaign ads. And if he wins, he'll be the first felon to ever win the presidency, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Federal charges disqualify you for running for office. I don't... The problem is, though, disqualifications for running, like, I don't think it's ever been applied. Like, I don't think anyone's so popular that can't qualify for running has ever been able to get, like, that much support where it's like, they gotta shut it down. Because it's like, sorry, this guy cannot be president. Like, I don't know if that's ever happened before. Like, I don't know if they have the means to actually apply that rule. Or if they would just have to let him run anyway. I don't know. When people say they won't vote for a felon, they mean black people. Well, I mean, yeah, I imagine a lot of people are going to try to make excuses for how Trump, because he's a wealthy white man, must have been innocent here somehow, and thus this is all against him, because why would he... Yeah, there's a lot of racists that are going to try to claim this is some shit. Xander Hall, take a coworker had was hush money isn't illegal. Thoughts on that? I mean... Do people not think it's a problem that the president wants to hide secrets from the public so much he's willing to pay hush money? Also, clearly what he did was illegal. He was found guilty on criminal charges. He was found guilty by... I don't care. I don't care. I don't need to justify the findings of the jury, the decision of the jury. Anyone trying to say, well, you have to justify and defend the court decision. It's like, no, I don't. You're coping. He's guilty. He was found guilty. Cope. Oh my God, this is real. Yes, it is, Gold79. It is real. We're here. Started at the bottom and now we're here. We're getting out. We're getting out of YouTube hell with this one. Hush money isn't illegal, but they did it. The way they did it was illegal. Well, wasn't it the fact that Trump was caught on wiretap, like organizing? Like it wasn't that they paid in straight. If they'd paid in straight cash, I don't think it would have been illegal. But it was the falsifying of documents and then the use of company funds in a certain way that made it illegal. I'm sure it'll be explained more here. I don't know all the details, but that's my general broad understanding. It was particularly the document falsification. Yeah, the covering up, the falsifying of documents, that was the big crime. Not necessarily the... Like, it was all about the hush money. That was the core of him doing that. But that wasn't the crime. That was just what made them do the crime. That's what they were covering up, or what they were doing to cover up the crime. Oh my God, Pepper T21. We'll get to that in a minute.
Guilty.
Thank you.
Count 33 and 34, guilty. That is Donald J. Trump, defendant in New York versus Donald Trump, found guilty on all 34 felony counts. That is the verdict here in this case.
Rachel?
Listen, it's a unanimous jury verdict, unanimous on all counts. This is a definitive and, this is an irreducible verdict. He can appeal. I'm sure he will appeal. But this is everything that the prosecution asked for from a jury that, by all accounts, took this thing very, very seriously. We counted the deliberation hours down here. Mm-hmm. The test here for us as a country...
No, I don't believe Donald Trump is a convicted rapist, is he? No, this is the first conviction a president has gotten, I believe. So I don't think he's been convicted of rape before. I think what he's been found, like, liable for are civil trials in which he's lost his claim that he didn't commit a rape. There were civil trials, or sexual assault, yeah, there were civil trials, but I don't think he was... No, he was convicted of sexual assault. What? Wait, why is this... So, like, I guess because they're federal charges here, it's a felony. I guess that's the big thing. Trump is a convicted sexual assault? Damn. Man, there's just so much shit. It's like it's a big ocean of scandal. I forget the last fish I caught from it. You know?
is not about what happens on appeal and is not about what happens in sentencing. The test for us now as a country is whether or not this former president and his allies will have succeeded in trying to undermine the rule of law so that people reject this as a legitimate function of the rule of law in our country.
That is the core of it. Will Trump successfully convince his supporters, and even just the average American voter, that this is evidence that they are after him and that the establishment tries to shut down and destroy, with rigged court trials and rigged elections, anybody who is really trying to fight for them? Hopefully not enough Americans fall for that line because of this.
They have tried to delegitimize this judge. They have tried to delegitimize this court. They have tried to delegitimize these proceedings. They've even tried to delegitimize the laws that he was charged under. Those efforts are the test that we now have as a country. The people involved in bringing this case have been threatened and intimidated and had everything brought to bear on against them.
Remember yesterday when we watched the clip of Trump, braggadociously saying that he's going to tweet some mean stuff about the jury and the judge on Truth Social on that one video? Who was it? What's his name? Eric Trump? That Eric Trump recorded? And he's like, oh, I think I'm going to tweet something, or I'm going to Truth Social something really kind of mean right now. All cocky that he's going to get away with it. Man, someone must have used a metal utensil on Trump, because the Teflon's been scraped off. Shit sticks to him now.
In a way that was designed to delegitimize this process in the eyes of the American people. It is now in the hands of the American people to decide if we will accept those efforts or whether we will stand by the rule of law and recognize this as a fair proceeding.
A wise woman said a few nights ago, 2 Mondays ago, that the rule of law is mortal. It needs to be protected. It isn't an abstract thing. And today, the people have names that we've all come to know. They're named Joshua Steinglass. They're named.
Yeah, good wording, by the way, War Penguin. It feels so strange to be alive right now, currently, on a day that will be written about in the history books. Every time it feels strange. It really does. This is one of those days that I'm going to want to remember where I was, streaming, by the way, when this news came out, because this is gonna, our generation's kids are going to be reading about this in history books, and most likely their kids as well, and onward.
Alvin Bragg. They're named Susan Hoffinger.
Yeah. And there are other cases that are pending against Donald Trump as a criminal defendant. The difference is that we now know as a country what it is to put a former president on trial and to see that trial to fruition. That is something that was hypothetical before we ever had this guy as a former president. But now we have lived through it, and we know that the court process can work. A defendant who is a former president can be tried as a normal defendant. Again, the appeals process will go on. The sentencing process will go on, and those will all be pressure points. But the legal system in this...
And if it can happen to Trump, it can happen to any Republican or politician. Trump was, arguably the most untouchable.
Country treats any former president as any citizen. We've seen that today, and this jury deserves to be thanked for their efforts and to be protected from the kinds of attacks and intimidation and recrimination that the president and his allies have tried to bring down on this process.
Oh, man. I would be terrified if I was on this jury. I would be so scared at this point, oh, fuck. We've just pissed off the Horde. The Horde is now after us. Trump supporters will try to kill those jury members. At least a few Trump supporters will. You know how crazy they are. You select for the craziest of those crazy motherfuckers, and at least a few of them are going to want to try to do something to avenge Trump. I mean, hundreds of them tried to do... Thousands of them did it on January 6th. Cope and Seethe, House Speaker Johnson, what's this? My statement on the President Trump trial verdict. Today is a shameful day in American history. Democrats cheered as they convicted the leader of the opposing party in ridiculous charges predicated on the testimony of a disbarred convicted felon. Well, Trump's also a convicted felon. This was a purely political exercise, not a legal one. The weaponization of our justice system has been a hallmark of the Biden administration, and the decision today is further evidence that Democrats will not stop at nothing to silence dissent and crush their political opponents. The American people see this as lawfare, and they know it is wrong and dangerous. President Trump will rightfully appeal this absurd verdict, and he will win. Ah, yes, because this time it won't be rigged. Just keep supporting Trump, guys. Each new thing is not going to be rigged if you support him hard enough, but everything he's lost is rigged.
Process.
Let me just tell folks
Sure.
what's happened. What Ari said or Andrew said would happen has happened. Judge Merchan went juror to juror to juror. They all concurred with the verdict that Donald Trump is guilty on all 34 criminal counts, 34 felonies.
Law and order.
They have been thanked for their service, Ari.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to tweet just in all caps, law and order. This every lefty needs to do this today. Law and order. There we go. For those who don't know, that's what Donald Trump tweeted in all caps just randomly one day in regards, like, I think trying to, like, convict Hillary Clinton because of the whole lock her up thing. So it's really funny. Just law and order. Quoting him, when the law and the order has come for his ass.
What you just reported and what Rachel was reminding us is actually existing in a microcosm within the trial because the jury is being polled, a jury of the peers.
Ironically, yes, this would be an episode of Law & Order Special Victims Unit. Special Victims Unit also covers, like, when a celebrity is, like, involved in a crime or something like that, or a case. So it would make sense if they ever adapt this storyline, which they very well might, because a lot of their episodes, like, are based on, take that with a grain of salt, based on real events. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Law & Order SVU fucking does an episode inspired by the fucking president getting convicted on federal charges. Law and order.
Of the defendant, as is his right. So that's legally something where the defense counsel is asked, do you want to make sure? They almost always, virtually always say yes. And so we're told, and we're looking at our notes here, pardon me for looking down, but our reporters are seeing the defendant, Donald Trump, is looking at the jury, is watching them as they are individually polled. But this is, as Rachel reminded us, someone who has been held in contempt for what he has said and done against other people and witnesses in the system. So I would call that a fairly intense moment, but good for the jury and good for the system to go right through it. Our reporters also telling us that while Trump has rarely shown emotion or changed his, quote, demeanor throughout the trial right now, he's only looking down. Eric Trump reported.
Dude, if he was actually not worried about this, he would be, like, playing it up. He would be like, I don't care, and smiling and just, like, not caring. But the fact that it's clearly upset him, he can't even hide it. He can't even play it cool. I personally want to congratulate Donald Trump for finally winning a popular vote. That gets a like and a retweet from me. Actually true, though. It's funny because it's completely true.
Reportedly looking upset, and that's the scene in the room as they go through it.
When you say poll the jury, what you mean is individually, jurors by number will be asked, is this your verdict? And then they each have to answer orally. They have to say out loud, yes.
Yes, and that's the transparency.
It's got to be a scary moment for those individual jurors.
Right.
Do you guys want to know what face Trump was probably making the whole time when the verdicts were coming in after the first, like, 2 or 3 guilties? He was probably looking like... Hold on, I gotta imitate his, like, tiny little butthole mouth. Hold on. Yeah, he was probably doing the shitting himself face. That's the most I can do. But his mouth gets so small. I've got to, like, scrunch my mouth more than my muscles and skin allow. Hold on. This is what Trump looks like. Did you think I'm guilty? I'm not guilty. I'm Trump. I don't know. You gotta get, like, that fucking... That little butthole mouth Trump has. that like slants downwards all angrily and pouty when he's angry, and his lip curls out, and then his chin, because he doesn't have any facial hair at all, his chin just gets all wrinkly and bumpy in that like old man way it does. Oh, it's just, oh, I can see it. I'm imagining it. I can see it in my mind. Yeah, it's the sound effect that played.
As they're being stared down,
Yes.
but it's a transparency in our system. You said something so important. The system worked. We discussed earlier when we were awaiting this that it works not because of the result, but because of the process. And that it
Listen, I gotta say, this guilty verdict is a pretty good piece of evidence that for all of its faults, the system still has some level of functionality to it, you know? The bad people, even ones with insane amounts of power, can still sometimes be held accountable. And isn't it nice to know that there can still be good things, like justice does still exist, you know? Makes me happy. Makes me feel a little less doomer. It's not completely broken, right?
if it were an acquittal, we would be discussing that the system went forward. This is that system, and the judge and the bailiffs and others are there to protect the people and protect them in a physical sense as needed. But what we are hearing is that this jury heard the evidence, asked these questions. We know some of what was on their minds. We haven't heard from them other than the verdict, and now are confirming that this is their unanimous verdict. And so it's a matter of transparency that everyone sees each of them confirm what was.
There's no way he faces 0 jail time, right? On 34 felony counts, if he faces 0 jail time or prison time, that's just blatant, like, that's just blatant favoritism. And like, oh yeah, no, he was the president, so he doesn't really get in trouble. Like, yeah. Now we have a guilty verdict. What happens next? In a few days, sentencing happens. He hasn't been to sentencing yet. He's found guilty, and his sentence has not been decided, but he could face up to like 128 years in prison, but the prison situation would be different than like a public citizen, because he's been a president, he has Secret Service protection. They would have to transform, they'd have to build a building made to be the president's solitary confinement prison that is both meant to guard him and to guard the public from him, you know? So it would be like they'd have to make a building for this, maybe, potentially.
Officialized today that Donald Trump is guilty, that all 12 jurors unanimously reached that decision through their reasoning with each other on all 34 counts.
Andrew.
Can he run for president after his prison sentence? Didn't Joe Exotic run for president from prison? I'm pretty sure you can just run for president while actively behind bars. Like, I'm pretty certain that's just completely allowed.
Just to Rachel's point, there is some...
No, it's completely allowed. Depending on the state that you're a resident of, Trump can no longer vote now. As a felon, I think he can no longer own guns, period, as well, like federally. Now that he's been found to be a felon, unless it's like appealed and completely rolled back, I doubt it will be. He can't own guns now, like at all. Like he can't. And he's a Florida resident because he lives in Mar-a-Lago. And Florida has really good tax stuff for really rich people like him. So, yeah, he can't vote because he's a Florida resident and he's a felon, and they don't let felons vote there. So Trump can't vote. He can't get a gun. He has a gold 1911. He can never use a gun. He can't own it anymore. If it's his gun, like, if he continues to have it, he is committing another really serious felony or more for each gun with, like, way higher mandatory minimums for federal sentencing guidelines. And then on top of that, it's bad. It's bad. Like, it's not that he can't use it. It's like he has to give it up. Like, the ATF is probably gonna have to come and like take his guns. It'd be hilarious to own Trump's old gun. That would be fucking awesome. The ATF will destroy all his guns, though. If they take his, like, gold 1911 and all of his other guns, I'm sure he's got guns, probably a lot distributed across different properties. They'll take all of his guns, and they're going to destroy them and melt them down. They won't be resold or anything. They're going to be destroyed.
Thing in every trial when the jury is polled that is sort of magical and fundamental to this country, where the jurors, each one stands up and is counts as a citizen. And, these are people who have everyday lives. They didn't ask to be here. And that moment where the country this is what the country...
Is it a gold 1911 or a gold Desert Eagle? Does he have both? A gold Desert Eagle, both. Okay, yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, if you're into guns and you're wealthy enough to afford one, a gold Desert Eagle is like the gun you get in gold, right? Like, if you can afford a Desert Eagle and you can get whatever plating on it you want, you get the gold plating on the Desert Eagle. That is the gun you get in gold. Every other gun, besides maybe a few exceptions, looks like shit in gold. So, like, but a Desert Eagle looks great in gold. I don't know what it is about it, but a gold Desert Eagle just, it looks amazing. The Geagle, if you will.
Stands for. This is what the rule of law means. And jurors take it so seriously. And yes, it can be scary because of it, but you know what? They did their job. And I think that this is a testament to our joining so many other democracies in the international community who have managed to hold political leaders to account. And we have shown that we can do.
I mean, we've held political leaders to account before in this country, don't get me wrong, but this is fairly unprecedented. Like the federal charges thing, that's the big record-breaking, unprecedented, now a precedent though, precedent-setting thing about all this.
Do that as well in a fair process where the defendant got.
Yeah, those 12 jurors are about to enjoy their lives in witness protection. They are going to be living in Nebraska, working at a cinnamon bun as a manager, if they're lucky, in about 6 months' time. And let's just hope no Trump supporters recognize them.
Extremely good counsel, had an incredibly fair process from this judge, in spite of his attacking the witnesses, the judge's family, the jurors. Everybody did their job. And finally, on a small bore, Alvin Bragg both personally was attacked. He was vilified for saying no to this case when he first took office, and people said, that how could he do that? And he said, after he said it wasn't ready. And this is a real vindication for him that he said, I'm going to bring it when it is ready and if it is ready. And then
I like this a lot. Who remembers that one case that occurred where, it was one of the closest times Trump could have been convicted of some serious charges. And, the prosecutor, it was either the prosecutor or the, just the accusing lawyer, and the judge, in the midst of the trial, fell into a relationship, like a couple of fucking high schoolers. And then, quickly after, it came out the case was extremely rushed, poorly put together, and was arguably being done for nothing but to, satiate the American public's desire to see a case go down. And, of course, nothing solid was on Trump because it wasn't a well-put-together case. I am so glad we've not had a repeat of that this time. It was the Georgia case? That's what I thought, yeah. Fuck that judge and prosecutor. It was the prosecutor and judge? I think I'm right there. It's been 4 months, maybe 5, since I read about this. I think I got the details right there. It's been a while since I read about that. But when I heard that the prosecutor and judge in that case were in a relationship that started in the midst of their case against Trump, the trial against Trump, that really upset me. Oh my God, could you take your fucking job seriously? The most serious case you'll have ever done in your life. Can you take it seriously for once? If there's ever been a time to take your job seriously and not do that kind of shit, it's this fucking case.
He brought it, and it's a real test.
Well, that fucking case. But I'm so glad we didn't get a repeat of that here.
It meant that he said, yes, now I think this case could be brought. And he did. And I think everyone understood from the moment David Pecker took that stand. I think a lot of people, including myself, reevaluated this case and said, you know what, I understand this is not just hush money. This was about fundamentally changing the 2016 election. That was the goal here. And clearly the jurors believed that.
Sue.
I'm also just now thinking about...
They're recognizing the pattern. It's not just being looked at as an isolated thing whenever it's in court. They're actually now recognizing the pattern in Trump's criminal behavior that suggests a wider scheme on his part, a wider criminal or like enterprise, effectively.
The E. Jean Carroll case, when the judge at the end told the jurors that jury was.
It was the prosecutor and the attorney. My bad. Well, hey, I had the details almost correct. Like I said, it's been a good few months since I read about that.
Anonymized, and he said, "Forget you were here," in substance. And now today, the judge has actually said that they can discuss the case if they like. The choice is theirs, but they no longer are barred.
The choice is yours if you want to discuss the case if you like. If you're one of the jury members, I don't think any of them are going to. Like, can you imagine if, like, one of them had the balls to walk around wearing a T-shirt that says, "I was one of the jurors that found Trump guilty"? I should print out a shirt like that and wear it in public. Like, what? Like, it wouldn't even. It's not true, but it's just a shirt that says, "I found Trump guilty. I made Trump a felon." Something like that, like front and back. Just so no matter what angle, if a Trump supporter sees it, they're just going to think I'm one of, like, I'm a proud one of the jury members on that rigged jury. Yeah, I wouldn't want that level of harassment towards me. I feel like I dare you to wear that in Florida. The worry is getting shot, but I feel like the chances are they'd just try to assault you. And at that point, it's like, well, you probably shouldn't assault people for no reason in Florida. They got laws for that kind of thing, brother.
From discussing it, and he's actually also asked to meet with them to discuss their work, not to discuss the case, but to discuss their work. So we don't know what time these jurors are going to get out of the building tonight, but he's going to sit down.
Yeah, become the lefty Kyle Rittenhouse. Just open carry at a protest with a shirt labeling myself one of the jurors on this fucking jury and see if a fucking Trump supporter comes at me with lethal force. Just do what Kyle Rittenhouse did, but on the left. It's a joke. It's a joke. That's a joke. It's a joke. FBI, Homeland Security, NSA, ATF, I can't think of any more three-letter acronym government agencies that come and kill you if you say anything on the internet they don't like. I don't know.
Down with them.
Yeah. ESG, DEI, SJW.
And after that, I imagine
CIA.
we're going to hear from pretty much every reporter that has been covering this 100.
No, you're trolling. Dark Canuck, you are trolling. There is no way that when Fox News announced the guilty verdict, they played a banner with a suicide hotline number. There's no fucking way. You're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. Trump, guilty, suicide hotline, Fox. No fucking shot. No, you're trolling. You're actually... No, that has to be a joke. Okay, nothing's coming up. Dude, that would have been... If that was real, though... Oh.
Hundreds of reporters will descend on them to try and get them to talk about the inner workings of that jury room.
Is Vaughn Hilliard still with us? Vaughn, just tell me
I think
what's going on down there.
Yeah, I think part of this is what is going to take place from here on out. We're 5 months from the November election, and we talked about what a guilty verdict could mean to the stakes of this election. Donald Trump is repeatedly called November 5th the most important day in American history. That is Election Day coming up. And for him, this only increases the stake.
Dude, do you think he'll be able, like, they'll give him, like, a cell in, like a solitary building where he can live stream from? Like, what if he's serving time, but he also gets elected? Wouldn't that mean he'd have to, like, be president from prison? I guess he could veto, or not veto. Why did veto end up being the word that came to mind? What the fuck? I guess he could, pardon himself. Can the president pardon themselves? I guess they could. He can't acquit himself? Or could he not acquit himself? He can't overturn state crimes. So, state crime federal charges, Delancey? Is that correct? My understanding is these are federal charges. That's why he's now a felon, right? But they were state crime. Okay. Okay, cool. Just checking, Yeah, no, to be fair, state crimes can be felonies, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, why was I confused about that? There are tons of things that are state crimes that are felonies.
Number one, these are state charges here. We do not know what his
sentence
will be. If it'll just be fine, probation, or whether he will be facing jail time. That is going to be the determination of judge.
Dude, imagine they fine him like $1 trillion just for the hell of it. That would go crazy. No prison time, they just bankrupt him. But, like, not in, like, the rich people sense, in the literal sense of, like, he has no more money. He is now a homeless man.
Mershon. And when you look at the election, of course, the expectation is that if you were to win the White House, that prison sentence, if you were to get one, would be suspended or whatever the punishment is here.
They build a jail cell in the, like, basement of the White House for him to be president from if he wins. Can you imagine?
But for Donald Trump, he has already sent out a fundraising video in the last 24 hours to his supporters that they were going to be throwing him in jail here in New York. And so for him, he has every intention of using this to his...
Yeah, state charges. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Ever since the Constitution has been written, it's been recognized that the president's power of pardoning is not so broad as to allow him to pardon himself. That's good to know. Yeah, you'd think the Founding Fathers were probably, like, smart enough to say, you know, the president probably shouldn't be able to pardon himself, right? Like, that might be a little too OP. You know, it might be a little too anti-America, the more we like, a little too king-like. Yeah.
A political advantage to the extent he can. And I think the first statement to come from any of his family members since this verdict was issued, I think is an example of that. That would be
It's a
Don
rigged
Jr.,
verdict.
who was not here at the courthouse today. He was here yesterday.
It wasn't Eric Trump. It was Don Jr. That's the video we watched, the little short from yesterday. The only person who can pardon Trump is the Democratic governor of New York. Oof. God, imagine, like, that person does it. Just, like, flips-flops sides completely. Oh, that would be awful. I don't think that's going to happen, though. What's this? Oh, the Trump supporter meltdowns. Oh, we gotta binge these now.
Motherfuckers! These are all piece of shit! The judge is a piece of shit! The DJ is a piece of shit! They just killed our country!
Yesterday was the day of the cope. Today is the day of the rope. Breathe that air, chat. Breathe that free air that Trump is not going to be able to breathe anymore soon enough.
You just fucking let them. Bragg is a fucking pussy motherfucker. You're all owned by China. Welcome to your China owns You're Biden. Alvin Bragg. You're Alvin Bragg. Mr. Rodriguez. Officer Dillon is rolling in his fucking grave. Rolling in his grave. Officer Dillon is rolling in his motherfucking grave. Wait until we start spitting on you like Columbia University. You just fucking wait.
Okay, now making like was that not like a massacre that occurred? Wasn't that like a reference to a massacre? Was that not a murder, like not just a murder threat, but a massacre threat? Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he said, "We'll descend on you like Columbia University." Okay, buddy. Well, enjoy the firing line of police that'll be waiting for you when you show up to commit terrorism, buddy. Jesus Christ, these people are fucking stupid. Like, it's one thing to be, like, a dumb fuck Trump supporter. On the other hand, to then respond to that by, like, threatening terrorism on video. That's extreme, man. That's fucking crazy. I saw a fellow lefty already trying to downplay this and say the Gaza stuff is too important for this to focus on the trial because it won't affect Biden's chances a lot. Yeah, the lefties we're resistance libs now, guys. My resistance liberal arc has started, and now I'm making you all resistance liberals. You have no say in it. Put on the I'm with her shirt. You never get to take it off. It stays on during sex as well, and while you shower. I don't care. We're resistance libs now. This is Trump after walking out of the courthouse getting his guilty verdict. Oh yeah, see what he's doing? His little puckered butthole mouth is doing the like little downward thing. I can't.
I'm Donald Trump. Oh, this is a beautiful jury. Trump jury. Oh wait, they found me guilty. I hate them now. They're anti-American. Rigged. A rigged jury. Rigged jury.
I can't do it. I can't do it, man.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge.
Holy fucking shit!
It's a rigged trial.
I've not seen this clip, and I predicted what he would say. Am I fucking precogging? What the fuck? Did I inhale spice? What happened? I shoot and I score, I guess. I don't miss.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at
a venue change. That's wild.
5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
The real verdict will be when I get elected in the rigged election that can only not be rigged if enough people vote for me, which isn't a rigged election, that's just an election. A rigged election is just whenever I lose. But the real verdict will be on election day. Lamau, he has 2 words in his vocabulary. He is very vocabularically limited, it seems.
And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
I'm a very innocent man. Oh my god, that line. How did he say that? How did he say that with a straight face? I'm a very innocent man. Oh, that goes crazy. I need that sound bited.
You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man.
I'm a very innocent man.
It's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country.
I'm fighting for you. They're trying to suppress me because I fight for the American people.
This is the same line he always does, to be fair. Like, his messaging whenever he's in legal trouble is always this. Yeah, he's just a little guy, a little birthday boy, a small little bean. You wouldn't hit a little birthday bean, would you?
The country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win. Because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess.
I love that. Now it's Trump using the division line that was, like, in 2020 and 2016, really like a liberal line. Like, we're so divided right now. Now Trump's like, we're so divided right now. Like, what is this messaging? Also, why is he wearing a blue tie? Is that not weird for Trump to wear a blue tie? Like, Democrat blue? He always, like, there should always be a bit of red, right? Like, if I were a Democrat, I would never wear, like, a solid red tie. You know, like, if I was a Democrat politician, I would never just wear a solid red tie on, like, the inverse. I like, maybe a red and blue striped tie, or, like, red with blue accents, or blue with red accents, but, like, it wouldn't just be solid the other party's color, especially, like, this just looks cucked. It almost looks like he's wearing a collar, like the Democratic Party collar on his neck. Like, they've got him by the neck. I wonder if it's, like, red on the other side. Like, it's one of those funny ties that you can flip and it's red on the other side. So you can trick people into thinking you changed ties, but it's still the same tie. Trump's the kind of guy to actually wear those.
We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists. And
this guy looks like he really has to shit or piss, probably has to shit, and is, like, clenching so fucking hard, hoping for this all to be over as soon as possible so he can run to the bathroom. I'm not the only one who sees it, right? Like, this guy has been clenching for over an hour. Like, he's getting to the edge by the looks of things. Like, I don't think he can hold it anymore. He looks very He looks like his tummy feel crazy.
They're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case. Never.
Dude, that judge is the one who decides your sentencing. What are you doing?
And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Dude, I think he might actually face prison time. Like, actually, though. Rip America is trending on Twitter. Man, you really know that, like, Twitter has a really big lean in favor of a certain, like, boosting certain posts when the current biggest trends on Twitter are rigged, Rip America, and sentencing. We also have hashtag state of play trending. Silent Hill. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll have to look into that after this. The other biggest news of the day. The state of play. Wonder if any hightail news will have come out. May I give you some good cope, or some more cope now? Like, some massively good news? Oh, okay. That's not cope, that's hope. Dude, do we have any good videos of Trump supporters melting down? Like, outside the courthouse? Courthouse. Oh, we got another one. What's freedomnews.tv? Is that the best place to see these posts, I guess? Woman in town from England goes down to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan today to see the MAGA animals down there with her own eyes and is absolutely disgusted. No wonder America is a laughingstock because of these brain-dead morons. Dude, we're about to watch an English person see Trump supporters in real life for the first time. Dude, I need to get, like, a bunch of European and non-American, like, a lot more European and non-American friends and take them to Florida. To, like, the deep south regions of Florida where it's, like, every 3 to 5 minutes you're seeing a Confederate flag, like, displayed larger and more proudly than the American flag, where all the trucks have, like, gun and, like, Trump and, like, Confederate flag bumper stickers, and everyone is, like, just a cartoon character representation of a Republican. I need them to see it in real life. I need to take British people and fucking Spaniards and Canadians and all the Europeans and non-Americans I can think of to see that shit and just witness what it's like. Oh, this is gonna be good. Let's watch. It's like she's going to the zoo.
Disgusting, aren't they? What disgusting people.
What do you think about the response that happened? You were having a conversation with them.
Well, we were actually here purely for entertainment value. We're from...
This is the zoo for them! Oh my god! This is literally like... This is how I imagine some, like, English colonialist, like, fucking bush explorer Nepo babies would, like, go out to some, like, African village in the late 1800s, and, like, they would go and they would talk like this about, like, African villagers or something in some, like, racist, detached, dehumanizing way. Like, it sounds like that. I can imagine that scenario, only she's talking about the fucking conservative hogs outside the courthouse, you know, praying for Trump. So I kind of respect it, you know? It's way better in this scenario. Yo, Zan, you should have seen the foreign coverage of January 6th. It was like we were all children being shit-talked at a family barbecue. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough being an American in this day and age, man. It's rough. Like, I showed my buddy, Balth, who's Canadian, the new South Park, like, special, like, the bit from the new South Park special explaining, like, the average experience of the American healthcare system and how many, like, doctors you have to talk to, how much paperwork you have to fill out, how many steps it is, how many different, like, follow-ups you have to do, how long it takes, how many different things you have to, like, talk to each other with insurance, doctors, and different, like, facilities that specialize in the thing you need for your doctor, all that shit, right? Getting prescriptions filled and paying for it and coverage. I showed Balth that, and Balth said pause after about 15 seconds and said, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how you Americans don't just kill yourselves the second they tell you have to go to another, like, you have to go to a third location in order to get healthcare. Like just straight up said, like, I don't know how you guys don't just, like, after they tell you you have to go to a third place, I don't know how you guys don't just go buy a gun and shoot yourselves. Because, like, that's honestly what I think I and most Canadians would do. I don't know how you exist like that. And my response was, you only go to the doctor or the hospital if you are bleeding. If you're vomiting, pissing, or shitting blood, that's a problem. You go straight to the doctor or the hospital if that happens. But outside of that, or if, like, you're actively gushing blood, you go to the hospital. But outside of that, you better be pretty fucking sure you're dying. Otherwise, you're just kind of... You're fucking yourself a little bit, you know? It's not as bad as people make it out to be. It is... The medical debt thing is not as bad as it's oftentimes framed. It is bad, but not as bad. What's really bad is the access to the treatment itself, right? Like, there's a lot of fucking steps you have to go through. And sometimes not having insurance at all can be easier and get you helped and fixed faster than having insurance. Because when you have insurance, you have to deal with insurance. If you can't pay for it and you don't have insurance, or you can pay for out of pocket, it's way easier, way faster. But even then, it sucks.
Cool. What do you think about the response that happened? You were having a conversation with them.
Well, we were actually here purely for entertainment value. We're from England.
Keep going, Joe.
Oh, God.
Take your tea. Get the fuck out.
Oh my god.
Fuck
so
the queen. Fuck the king.
The queen died.
She's leaving. Just stop. Fuck out of here. Burn in hell, you liberal fuck. Alright, bro. She's out.
And
Dude, like, this reminds me of a scene from Planet of the Apes. Like, I don't know how else to describe
Burn in
it.
hell, you liberal fuck.
Burn in hell, you liberal fuck.
Alright, bro. She's out.
and we enjoy watching.
What if you just, like, walked up to them and started saying, I love Biden, just over and over again? Like, I wonder if we could get... Dude, we should do that. Like, I want to do a fan meetup where we just get, like, as many people together as possible to, like, walk to the other side of the street of, like, a pro-Trump, like, protest type deal and just chant, we love Biden, and just to see how fucking mad they'll get. We need to all do the smug... Like, you know that one kid with the Trump hat that did the smug smile while the guy was, like, beating the drum in his face? We need to all do that face. We need to say, we love Biden. We love Biden. And just hit him with the smuggest, most punchable smile ever. And just hit him with that. Just hit him with that shit. Man, the left needs to troll more. Genuinely. IRL trolling, too. That's why I love Walter Masterson so much. He does that very well. He's probably at this courthouse trolling conservatives, and probably at the moment, right now, editing the video that's going to go out of him doing that.
Trump on the TV, and we cannot... John!
Oh no! Those primates are coming after us. Jesus Christ, dude. Man, this is funny as hell. We really are in the best timeline now. I take everything Doomer I've ever said back. Everything is good now. We're so back. Everything is perfect. Let's fucking go. I'm happy. No fucking way. Yep. This is the official VOT international Twitter account. This is one of the, like, I'm following it already. This is one of the boys', like, promotional accounts. Breaking, Homelander has been found guilty of being a great father. Here's a recent photo from the courthouse where he was respectfully listening to closing arguments. We wish the jury well as they deliberate and decide to keep him #home free. This came out 1 moment ago. Man. I love that we're getting a new season of The Boys airing, like, right up against the election, too. Because The Boys is a very influential show, and of all the, like, on-TV shows that do political satire, it's probably the most topical. And I actually see, like, the internet move more to the left when The Boys is currently airing. I can't be the only one that notices this, right? Like, when The Boys is currently airing new episodes, the internet gets more generally left-leaning. Because everyone's primed to, like, make fun of the over-the-top representations of conservatives that aren't all that over-the-top, really, compared to real life, that you see in The Boys. Yeah, it's a progressive show, yeah. Starlight is a liar. I'm telling you, she's kidnapping those kids. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. It really, really helps a lot, and I super duper appreciate it. It helps a bunch, basically boosting my content and my channel and the algorithm, and it helps to grow the channel and helps with my success and my ability to keep on making content for you guys. So I really appreciate all of you who go out every way to do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, don't forget to follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description. And do not forget, if you want to support me financially, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. You can also buy merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And don't forget, I have a Discord server, which is the main hub of my community, where I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties. And I also announce all my new uploads and streams, so make sure to join that, totally free, link down below. And I hope to see you there, and I also hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. That was a brilliant Segi, Zan. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys thought so. Phenomenal Segu. Nice. Good, good. Hell yeah. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the, oh my god, I forgot how many this was. Jesus Christ. 20 Tier 1 gifted subs. That's $100. That's just a cold $100 right there. Oh my god, Pepper T21. Jesus, thank you. Oh my lord, thank you so much. That is a fantastic way to start off the stream. I really appreciate it. And on top of that, I hope that A Shining Soul, Webster Lied, Water, Diskio, Bagley, Dragon Bones, Elixir, Exil, Exister, GMB Lord, Leon Kitschy, Newendithel, Reckon Turtle, Cartiromac, Beanie Techie, Tipu, Spence, Scapegoat, Krogan Poppy, The Ark, and Luna Wuna and Lord Fishy all appreciate those gifted tier 1 subs. I hope you all love those free white names, guys. Thank you so much, Pepper T21. That is overwhelmingly generous of you. There's surprisingly still some white names in chat, but hey, that was a big swath of them taken out with a cold hard $100 dono. Thank you, Pepper T21. You are the GOAT. And then War Penguin with the tier 1 gift the sub to One Piece 34. Thank you so much for the additional well, not additional, like, as if, like, you were the one who... Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Said, the white genocide is real. Well, it clearly is, because we are gifting those subs, and I love to see it. Thank you, guys. Isn't Pepper a repeat donor? Yes, Pepper T21 is a repeat donor indeed. One of the people who keeps this channel with the lights on, you know? Keeps the lights on over here. I appreciate it. You showed your mom the first episode of The Boys? Cool, cool. Pepper's highest donor, I assume? I don't know, because somebody did, like, once donate just a cold, hard $1,000 and then dipped and never showed up in stream again. Not even joking. Someone came in my stream one day, literally never saw them before, brand new account, donated $1,000, their IP was attached to no other accounts, never charged it back, or anything like that. I was able to spend it. I spent it on my move to California, to give you, like, an idea of the time period it was, and, I just never saw them again. Their username on the website was Santa Claus. They just, yeah, comes in, donates $1,000, doesn't elaborate, leaves, never returns. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think it was like a YouTuber or like Mr. Beast or something, obviously. Otherwise, I probably would have been made aware of it, you know? Yeah, maybe it was the real Santa Claus. I am not a Santa denier, so maybe that's part of it, you know? Maybe because I've been dunking on Santa deniers so much lately. What if it was the actual Santa? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It was the real Santa. They literally gave you a golden ticket, yeah. Yep. Trump's mugshot looks like the Saul Goodman stare if Saul was a plague to humanity. Fucking hell, guys. Y'all are popping off today with the funnies. I'll give you that. All right. Yeah, to be fair, it was Santa who gave me this big-ass scroll. It's one of his blank, naughty, nice lists. Zombrotato. Cool. That's a cool combo of words. I can appreciate that. I see the neatness in that. Hold on. Let me check something. Cool. Alrighty. Really quick, I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to grab a new water because my current water is almost out, and I always need a backup. And we'll start the next segment. Actually, should I get a monster? Nah, I shouldn't get any more monster. I'm not really drowsy. Maybe later in stream, if I feel a little bit like the day's catching up with me, if you know what I mean. Like, just kind of getting a little drowsy at the end half of the day, maybe. But right now, I feel fine. I'm just getting some water. Anyway, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be doing another segment shortly. But don't forget, drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. I really do appreciate it. BRB. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, I am back. Hey chat, you know how like if you eat a lot of food, or if you eat too fast, or you eat like too much, you just feel so full that like you might throw up from eating too much, right? Like that's happened to me before. Not many times, but you know, it can happen. Like ever since I got sick a couple days ago, every time I eat, and I haven't thrown up in the last like day or two. But like every time I eat, I eat and I feel good and I'm like, oh yeah, I feel full. I feel like pleasantly full, you know? I feel good right now. And then like after 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I suddenly get that, like, I've overeaten feeling, right? Like, it just hits me out of nowhere. It's really bizarre. Also, Zan, if you've already had a monster, you probably shouldn't have a second one. I did have one this morning. Yeah, it's actually a good call. Is 2 monsters a day bad for you? I had 2 back-to-back once, and it did not go well for me. So I'll never drink 2 back-to-back ever again. But I'm wondering if, like, it's not really nausea so much as it is, like, just feeling like your stomach wants it out. It's like a stomach feeling, not like a nausea feeling. But I got these, like, chewable calcium carbonate anti-acid tablets, so I wonder if this will help. Yummy. What's up, Lancer? If you have kidney or heart issues? I don't think I have any kidney or heart issues. I went to the doctor not too long ago for a normal checkup. And the only problem is my blood pressure is slightly high. Just slightly. Not by a lot. To be fair, I imagine it's due to stress more than anything else. That's what I would guess. Is that a Super Earth flag? Yeah! We love Super Earth. We love managed democracy here, chat. I am a Helldiver. What level am I in Helldivers? 45 last I checked. I haven't played in a hot minute because I haven't had time. I've been really busy. But, 45. I played a lot more than, most people I get into, like, a game with, you know? I've got a higher level than most people still. 86, nice. My alarm is the Super Earth Anthem. That goes crazy. I've always wanted to make my doorbell the Super Earth, Helldivers jingle. Oh, is there not, like, audio of it? Wait, Helldivers to ship announcements. Okay, I think it's before the propaganda broadcasts. I think the audio effect that I'm talking about plays here. I want to make this my doorbell sound. Not this, no. There's a sound that plays before, like, the audio announcements on the ship. I'd have to boot up the game to get it to happen. Damn it. But it's a little, like, jingle version of the Helldivers theme. Like, you know how the Helldivers theme is dun 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 dun, like that? The jingle version that plays is just a little boop 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 boop. Just a little jingle. Yeah, that. Yeah, if that's that, I like that. That's a good choice. I'll have it if there's nothing else, but I was talking about a locally brewed root beer. What are you guys talking about? You guys are having, like, deep 2 a.m. sitting at the back patio table in the middle of the night on a weekend type deep conversations in my chat. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I know what we're covering next. As God shines his light upon me in order to empower me with the glow of holy light. Jesus Christ. AKA me, apparently. Look at that. I glow. Root beer discourse? Jesus. I find it so funny how Warhammer 40k is a satire of the right-wing mindset and the right just eats it up. They unironic, like, you can't satire people who just see a more extreme version of what they believe and think that goes hard, right? Oh, God. I might have a seizure if I see a 4-monitor setup. I'm not going to lie. Or die of jealousy, frankly. I hope to God I am able to afford an RTX 5090. I wouldn't get one, like, even if I could afford one, I wouldn't get one, like, in the first month or two. I'd want to wait, like, 3 months to see if cards start just fucking exploding or dying out of nowhere. Because, you know, it can happen. And just see if things are looking solid, and then buy a 5090, the comes out this year. Man, I do want that. Here. My God.
We are here.
Whoa. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, I'm getting absolutely beamed with sunlight right now, and I can't do anything about that, but you guys will just have to ignore it and hope it doesn't bother you. But I really wanted to talk about this. I was going to cover it yesterday, but I had so much to cover already, and we're doing the watch party. I had to save it for now. But this is going to be even funnier to watch now that it's 2 days later, and just about 2 hours ago, Trump was found guilty of all 32 charges on the hush money case in New York, right? That's where all that happened? New York is where the courthouse was and where the trial happened? Makes sense, yeah. I think it's New York. I think I'm right there. Yeah, this is even going to be even funnier to watch because I imagine a lot of the discussion here might be about the trial, and Tim Pool is famous for saying things in regards to Trump that age very poorly. I almost feel that if, like, Tim Pool says something good about Trump, it guarantees the opposite will happen. Like when he said Trump will win in a 49-state landslide, and then Trump lost miserably, and Biden won. And now I imagine he probably said to Trump, "You're gonna win this. You're gonna pull through, and these jurors are gonna know that you are innocent." How much you want to bet he just spoke that into reality by saying it won't happen? Because he's always wrong. Like, the universe will literally warp to change to be the opposite of what Tim Pool says is true. He is that much of a liar. Even when he tells the truth, the universe is forced to change to make what he said a lie. Because he can't not lie. Like, if he tells the truth, it was an accident. Anyway, Tim Pool had Donald Trump on his show. I can't wait to see this. I've not seen even a clip of this. It's pretty long, though. We're probably going to have to speed this up a fair amount. Let's get it to, like, 1.5 speed. I've never seen Trump, like, sit and talk in a podcast format like this, so it's going to be interesting.
Here at the Libertarian Party National Convention. It is absolutely amazing hearing these debates.
Oh, it's not like, this isn't at his compound. This is like he's at a place. Like, he went to Trump, it seems. Okay.
And today we are honored to be joined by two guests. We have Kash Patel, who will be joining us in the first portion of this show, so we can talk about policy. Blanche 20.
Oh, okay. No, we're nope. We want to see Mr. Trump. When's Trump show up? Ah, there he is. Ah, here we go. There it is. Here it goes. Who is Kash? Who the fuck cares? Who knows? Literally who? All right, here it is.
Good. Mr. President, this is your seat we have here right here.
This is the most relevant thing Tim Pool has ever done in his life.
I really do appreciate it. Thanks for sitting down. I really do appreciate it.
Trump called Tim Pool a beauty. He said, "You're a beauty." What the fuck? Are they gonna kiss? Tim Pool didn't even wear a suit, bro. Yeah, he is just kind of a trash bag, isn't he?
Appreciate it. So I know you don't have a lot of time, so I'll just we'll jump right in. Okay, good. We had a couple polls we went over on our show IRL. Young people, surprisingly, immigration is a top issue for them now. I was talking to a young guy, he's 26. He says,
"Hey, chat, do you think he ironed his beanie before he wore it to interview the president?" You know, Tim Pool's a grifter by the fact that he can't even feign being excited. You know? Like, Tim Pool's possibly the biggest grifter there is in the realm of right-wing politics. He knows he's full of shit. And so what I find really funny is that he isn't even able to pretend to be excited about this right now. Like, if I met Biden, I would be more excited than he is. He must not actually have that much enthusiasm for Trump outside of the fact that Trump supporters pay his bills and for his like compound and his underground basement skate park.
He's watching what's going on in New York. He owns a business. He can't afford to buy his own house. He struggles to be able to support a family. And I know that you've said that there's going to be the largest deportation effort in your next term. How do we do it?
So millions and millions of people are coming into a country. And
I love the way Trump says millions. Nothing will ever make me smile more than Trump saying millions. No, I can't even say millions. Millions and millions. I can't. It's impossible. Only he can say millions the way he does. It's with 2 E's. He says millions. It's like I can't do it. I can't do it. He's a fucking like lyrical genius. I don't know. I met Contra in person and lost coherent thought. All I could tell her was, I'm a big fan, and will you sign my notebook? Aw, that's so gay. In a loving way, I mean that, of course. I'm not... You guys now that homophobic. It's because you've got the pink name, and so you went up to ContraPoints and you... Wait, no, you have a red name, don't you? I can't see through the glare. Is that... Wait, what are your pronouns? Okay, well, no, it can be gay.
it's not necessarily exactly what we want or had in mind. They have open borders where people just flow in. And many of those people are coming from prisons. Many of those people, frankly, are murderers and they're drug dealers. And they're coming from mental institutions. And they're coming from places that are not going to work very well. It's not going to be very good for our country. So we're going to start with that. And we have to get...
Are there pink? Well, I mean, like the little dot next... Like Lucky Otter, you have a pink name. Like if you hover over the little dot next to your name, you've got she, her pronouns. I sometimes mix up the pink and like the dark reddish pink that is used for any all. Sorry.
No country can sustain what we're going through. I believe the number is 15, 16 million, could even be 17 million people right now. That's more than almost, that's bigger than almost all of our states.
I think it's freaking out young people. How do we do it though? I mean, is it going to be new personnel?
It will really be done with local police. You know,
what the fuck are they even talking about? I thought like this was going to be in any way interesting. Like, hold on, I'll slow it down a bit, I guess, but like...
respect has been taken away. The honor has been taken away from our police forces. They're not allowed to do anything. And whether it's liberty...
Oh, they're not going to say anything. It's just going to be, like, vague, just bullshit. Like, the police can't do anything. Meanwhile, 2 days later, he gets convicted of state charges that are felonies. Now a felon, and now it's all about how it's rigged. And whenever the law and order comes for him, it's not real. It's rigged. It's not fair. But the police should be fully supported because they can't do anything right now. Who arrested him? This is just a fluff piece, I guess. Yeah, of course.
Libertarian or not libertarian, people have to...
I mean, the fact that Trump is giving Tim Pool the time of day kind of implies that, like, Trump knows he needs all the help he can get, right? Like, he's trying to get out in front of as many people as possible. Like, I don't think he would have given Tim Pool the time of day, even if he was this big back in 2016 or 2020.
You have to have law and order. You can't have 500 people walking into a department store and just walking out with everything they have. And we have to give honor and respect back. And I believe immunity because, you know, so often when a police person does their job, they end up with no pension.
A police person does their job. They end up... No, there's not oftentimes. That does not happen. In fact, the more common case is one in which a police officer does something that is wrong and is determined to be wrong and gets paid leave. Or like a temporary suspension. Like, is this dude genuinely trying... I guess, yeah, he is. He's trying to convince us that... He can't give an exact number because he's just pulling shit out of his ass. He's trying to claim that police are constantly getting charged with crimes and being convicted for doing their job. And his word for them is police people. Police persons. Yeah, he's gone woke, exactly. No, Trump literally can't speak the English language. Like, his brain might genuinely be melting. I was watching my favorite resistance liberal, as I am one too. I love that we're now resistance liberals. We're going all the way in, guys. I'm going to get an I'm Still With Her shirt. I was watching John Oliver the other night, and there was a clip where he was talking about corn, like the American corn industry and all the subsidies and stuff. And there is a clip of Trump talking about corn. Trump called corn non-liquid gold and then proceeded to, like, for about 2 minutes, talk about how clever he thinks that, like, non-liquid gold quote he just came up with is, and then makes up a story about how he said it to a bunch of corn farmers, and they thought it was such an impressive statement that they're going to start using it now, too. Non-liquid gold is gold, by the way, guys. That's the point I'm making here, is that Donald Trump doesn't know the English language. He's ESL, but English is his first language and his only language that he knows. But he's still ESL.
They end up with no house. They end up with no family. Everything's taken away from them. They have to get their own lawyer. So we're going to give them back their dignity and their strength. The local police know the criminals that we're talking about. They know their first name, their middle name, and their last name. They know everything about them. And we're going to have to let them do that. And they will bring them in. We have no choice. And these are, in many cases, and this is from all over the world, not just South America, which is big enough, but they're coming in from the Congo.
Not just South America, which is big enough. Wait, what? Wait, what is the implication there? Like, yeah, South America's big enough. We don't need any more South America. Did he just wait, what? What was that? South America's big enough.
They're coming in from all parts of Africa. They're coming in from all parts of Asia. And it's an invasion into our country. And no country can handle.
Wait. Okay. So are the Republicans now against Asian American immigration? Like, are we going all in now? Is it happening? Is it like, are they full anti-immigration, all countries, all, like, because I was under the impression that, like, for the most part, like, Asian immigration was kind of looked at by Republicans as, like, permissible. Yeah, I guess the Republicans aren't giving, like, Asian Americans the honorary whites status anymore. Fuck. Yeah, they're going for the whites-only immigration route. I mean, the Republicans might genuinely get so crazy they block off, like, immigration to Europe, too. The Republicans do genuinely want to, like, completely isolate America's immigration and travel. Like, completely. Like, they want to lock down the country. No one in or out that, maybe people out, but, like, no one in that isn't already American. That is the process like, Trump Republicans want. They are trying to, like, isolate, lock down, and then control America.
Handle this. So we're going to have them taken out. Local police, we're going to work very closely with the local police, and it's been done before. We had Dwight Eisenhower, believe it or not, did the biggest deportation.
How hilarious is it that Trump's going to be working with the local police as a felon? Trump is literally a felon now, 2 days after this. It ages so well.
And he pretty much stopped it. Strange that we mentioned Eisenhower because you don't think of him that way, but he did a massive deportation where people were pouring in.
The next big question that we get a lot is, there's two components to this. The first is many of the libertarians here, we want to see firings. We want to see in the bureaucracy corrupt individuals, the bloat.
Oh my God, we're so back in Gamergate. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. Do you remember that? When Trump's like catchphrase was, "You're fired." You remember that? God, we're going back to 2016. Like we're just nosediving straight back down there.
On top of that, without getting into the specifics for obvious reasons, the things that they're doing to you with the court system is not just to you. It is to me. It is to everyone who voted for.
The dreaded blur. In Trump's home state of Florida, his current state of residence, felons cannot vote. That is correct.
For you in 2020?
It's true.
Are we going to get some good personnel in as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and in the CIA, and see some prosecutions?
So we had some great people because our trade numbers were fantastic. The jobs we did on
this is so funny. 2 days later, after he gets like so now it's like here's Trump actively planning to like criminally try those that are like opposed to him in politics, like to lock up his political opponents. And yet as he is being tried for a crime he actually committed and was wiretapped. Like we have video of him like talking to Michael Cohen about setting up the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. He was wiretapped for this shit, dude. Like we have the audio. It's publicly available now. I like how Donald Trump is like actively planning out on an interview the thing that he is accusing the Democrats of doing to him. Which, by the way, the Democrats have no affiliation with the like legal proceedings he's in. It's not like an impeachment trial or anything like that. It's just a criminal trial. Imagine he tries to vote in Florida and gets convicted of voter fraud. That would be so fucking funny. He will try to do voter fraud, I bet. He'll vote for himself. There's no way he can't. He has to vote for himself. He couldn't keep himself from doing that, right? He'll try to do voter fraud, right? Well, but how could he? I mean, everyone knows that he's a felon now. I don't know. We'll see.
Trade the jobs we did, frankly, in the military underneath the terrible television generals who were absolutely terrible. But we have incredible people. You know, we defeated ISIS, and we had no new wars because they were concerned with us. I had no wars at all. I finished off a war that we were in for 20 years, but we had new wars.
No, Biden was actually the one that pulled us out of Afghanistan, but like the start of the Afghanistan pullout was stupid in the first place. As bad as it was that we were in Afghanistan for 22 years and probably would have stayed there for a while longer had we not pulled out, like that conceptually sounds bad, right? And there were some pretty big problems that arised out of that, but I'd actually argue, especially in the last like 8 years or so, no, it was about 22 years, Lucky Otter. Last 8 years or so of like U.S. occupation of Afghanistan, the Afghan people really preferred U.S. control over Taliban control. I went over the polling and everything. I wasn't even the first one to like make a video and have that take, by the way. It was Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns did a whole video going over the polling and stuff. This wasn't like really a controversial take among foreign policy people. It was just a controversial take among people that are like, my politics begin and end at war bad, in America bad.
No wars. And we have to get the right people. It's all about the people. So when I first came here.
Also, Trump literally tweeted 2 days ago that if he was president, he would have like ended the war in Gaza by now. Like, he would have wiped out Hamas by now if he had been elected president. That was like 2 days ago. He said that, like, they would have already bombed it into nothing if he was president, and the war would have been over months ago. That is to say, he would have wiped out everybody months ago with bombings. And, like, he bragged about it, admitted it, bragged about it. He ended up, by ended, he means he would have done the genocide faster. Well, like, he would have done the genocide more completely. People from Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank are able to get out every once in a while, and they're able to seek asylum and able to like get away. There are like Palestinians that exist outside of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank in Israel, like if you want to say it is a active planned genocide by Israel to wipe out every last Palestinian, Biden being in power and at the very least being like, in your view, like okay with it, as opposed to Trump just making it this quick, means more people survive and don't get genocided. More Palestinians survive the getting genocided the longer the genociding takes, if you think it's a genocide. I don't know if you can quite say, because the policy of Israel, like they still allow, I think they still allow aid and stuff, right? But yeah. I genuinely don't view it as morally different from a genocide, though. It is. I mean, like, the ICC wanting Netanyahu for, like, crimes against humanity is a pretty good piece of evidence that it's a genocide. Exactly, the dreaded blur. It doesn't matter what you call it. It needs to end. And that would be the only reason, just like Trump might even want to bomb Ukraine, if only hesitating so he doesn't kill Russians. Yeah, I think Trump also said some really fucking scary stuff about how he would handle the current conflict in Ukraine as well. I almost feel like every American, like, foreign adversary is, like, sitting at a table waiting for a Democrat to take power in America so they can, like, start a war that America has to get involved in. And thus, like, reflect poorly on Democrat leadership, and then they chill everything out when a Republican is in power because they recognize a Republican president makes America weaker, and a Democrat president makes America stronger, and they want a weak America. So, like, using what power they have to influence America's actions when a certain person's in power is actually a pretty effective way that our enemies could be influencing the elections. Like, specifically starting wars with us when there's a Democrat in office, like when Iran attacked Israel, or when Putin attacked Ukraine, or China escalating its iron grip on Taiwan. It's almost like every foreign adversary of America like just increases all the heat and puts America in a situation where it kind of has to respond when there's a Democrat in office. It's almost like our foreign adversaries are smart enough to know that a Republican makes our country weaker, Democrats make our country stronger, and they don't want a strong America when they're our adversaries. I just think about that for a little bit. You know, maybe that's an interesting line of thought worth exploring potentially.
Here, I was only in Washington 17
theory
times in my life. All of a sudden, I'm president. And I really knew nobody. I relied on people. Some were good, some were rhinos, some gave us some bad advice. And generally speaking, we had very good people. But we had some that we have to do better. Attorney General, we have to get a great Attorney General. And I'd work with the Libertarian Party on that. I think it's very good because, you know, I view the Libertarian Party as almost a party of common sense, largely of common sense. And
why is he not running for the Libertarian Party then? What? I guess he's trying to get Libertarian Party voters now, isn't he? He's trying to simp the Libertarian Party. Trump passed the bump stock ban. Trump did nothing to make it so that, like, federal legalization of weed is a thing. Like, Trump isn't pro-gun, he's not pro-weed, he's not pro-freedom. He tried to expand libel laws and defamation laws so he could sue people that talked about him negatively. There's nothing about him even remotely libertarian.
I say that about the Republican Party, too. We're a party of common sense. You want borders, but you want fairness. You want a lot of things that a lot of other people don't talk about. So we will work with a lot of people to get the right people in. The difference is I now know sort of everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not having to be relying on people that I didn't know very well and listen to their recommendations. And I think we're going to have phenomenal people. I know the people. I know the good ones, the bad ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. I think we're going to have great people.
We're friends with Kash Patel. He was...
A lot of this is just blustering, but it's just funny to watch knowing that Trump is now a felon 2 days later. And just seeing how pouty and angry he is about it. Oh, it's so nice. The juxtaposition. Vermin Supreme would destroy Trump. Vermin Supreme owns Trump.
On the show just before you, and that gives me a lot of confidence.
Yeah, well, Kash is fantastic.
Yeah,
he's an example of a good one.
Yep.
We have some great people, but Kash was a great example. Devin Nunes, as you know.
He's an example of a good one? Excuse me? Okay, Trump.
No, he's fantastic.
Absolutely.
So many great people.
So when it came to foreign policy, I'll be honest, I didn't vote for you in 2016. I was jaded. Obama let me down.
Really?
I'm from Chicago. I thought 2016 was silly. And then in 2020, with the timeline for getting out of Afghanistan,
right,
when you tried to get our troops out of Syria, my question is, why are we in Syria? Who even knew?
Yeah.
And they lied to you.
Yeah, for those that don't know, for all of the like fear-mongering about ISIS that the Republicans did for a good while to boost their immigration wedge issue rhetoric, they didn't actually care. The reason we were in Syria is because we were fighting ISIS, and weren't we, like, helping the Kurds? Weren't, like, Kurdish forces, like, being trained and armed by us and doing, like, a substantial amount of, like, the fighting against ISIS because ISIS was actively trying to, like, genocide them? So, like, we had a situation where arming a group of people that were being genocided by a terrorist group we're at odds with, like, we actually had, they were allies that, like, we genuinely, yeah, it was like, oh. Yeah, I mean, General Soleimani was fighting ISIS when Trump bombed him. Yeah, like, it's just funny. It's really, really funny, isn't it? We were protecting the Kurds in Syria against ISIS in Syria. Yeah. Also, Rafah was Gigabase, man. Yeah, but, like, think about it. Remember, like, the Kurds and Rafah and all that shit and what was happening in Syria? How, like, I feel I bring it up fairly often when it's, like, a relevant thing to reference, such as now. But like, I haven't heard anybody, obviously besides, like, foreign policy people like Dylan Burns, talk about that since it was a thing. It feels like so much of the left gets, like, hyper fixated on a given thing that's currently happening to the point where it's like, in, like, the flags are in everyone's profile, like, names and bios. And then, like, 2 months later, 3 months later, at the most, everyone's forgotten about it or stopped talking about it because it's not, like, you don't get a bunch of likes for tweeting about it anymore. I think a fair amount of a lot of, like, the upsettedness at Biden is virtue signaling. And I think there's good, valid criticism for sure. It's just like, man, you gotta know how much, like, when to stop when the only, like, the person who you're criticizing is the only alternative to fascism. And when you criticize someone, you have to recognize that you are giving people a negative impression of that person, and like there needs to be as much of a positive impression of the not fascist guy as possible for us to not have the fascist guy win, you know? We left Syria because people were told by Trump and Republicans it was just another Iraq and Afghanistan. Yep. That's the big problem, though. Like, the only reason literally, I think the situation in Afghanistan is actually quite comparable to what happened in Syria. Not exactly. I'd say we're quite a bit more morally justified when it comes to Syria, but, like, at the same time, look at the polling of Afghans, especially Afghan women. Look at the polling of Afghan women the year before the U.S. pulled out, when it was being talked about, and what they wanted. Afghan women did not want the U.S. leaving until assurances were made that the Taliban would not take away their rights once they took power, which they did when they did take power. So, like, why was it justified in some people's minds for the U.S. to stay in Syria and protect the Kurds, while at the same time it's not justified for the U.S. to stay in Afghanistan and protect the women? Like, okay.
And they lied to us about the number of troops in there. And so maybe it's a bit blunt for me to say I want to see people prosecuted for the lies of the American people. But in terms of foreign policy, perhaps it's a little bit of a biased interview, but I think you're the greatest president of my lifetime.
I appreciate it.
And ending the wars that we should not have been involved in. Now the fear is World War III.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
No one who is actually important or matters is afraid of World War III, okay? Like, I'm sorry. I don't think World War III is going to happen, okay? I just don't think it's going to happen. Unless, like, China, Russia, and like, North Korea are able to make their own, like, massive block of economic shit in which they don't rely... The world, like, economy relies on the US dollar. Unless enough foreign adversaries get together to, like, build their own mini world economy, basically, I cannot see, like, a timeline in which, like... Could you imagine Putin decides he wants to nuke America? And Russian corporations, like powerful Russian corporations that are in the country that make a lot of money off of America. And, like, if America went belly up, like, their company goes belly up. They lose a lot of money. Like, corporate greed in Russia, when Putin wants to try and take out America, there would be corporate assassins going after Putin. They would be hiring hit squads after Putin. It would be a corporate versus government war within Russia in this scenario. I guarantee it. Corporations would not allow some of these countries to, like, start World War III. Like, the corporations would try to assassinate world leaders that tried to make this happen. I genuinely feel this way. Maybe I'm delusional, but, like, I feel that unironically capitalism might be a bit of a safety net keeping our planet from devolving into nuclear Armageddon, because so many powerful, influential people kind of have a vested interest in keeping everything from just going up in smoke instantly. And certainly in keeping the US dollar from, like, evaporating, right? If the US dollar goes away, the world economy collapses overnight. It's just how it is. Remember when Yemen was supposed to be the ones that started World War III? Bitch, nobody cares about Yemen. There's not going to be a World War III. There's not going to be a draft. All this shit is, like, internet culture war tier, not knowing anything about actual politics, like meme level discourse. There's not going to be another draft. World War III isn't coming. Go take a walk and touch some grass and listen to the sound of birds.
When you enter your next term to stopping the escalation?
Well, first of all, I'm the only one that is going to stop.
And always remember, nothing ever happens.
World War III, because this man can't put two sentences together. He doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know where he is. And amazingly, it seems like he's going to be...
Hilariously, all of Biden's, like, mental health, like, screenings and checks have come back saying that he's in perfectly good mental health. And yet right now, doctors are currently saying that Donald Trump's mental health, like his mental stability, is what's declining. Trump has been the one that's been fumbling. Recently, he said that, like, in the Revolutionary War, the colonial troops stormed the British airports. That was a brain-melted moment. I'm sorry. That was not even a misspeak. He didn't even correct himself. He said it confidently and just kept talking.
Running, you know, it's a lot of people say, do you think he'll make it to the starting gate? Well, we'll see what happens. But if you look at Viktor Orban, because we don't want to see wars. I don't want to see wars. I was in no wars other than we finished a war with ISIS and we completed it, 100% complete.
No fucking way. No fucking way. No way. No goddamn way. When all the foreign policy advisors and experts were saying, Trump, ISIS is still very present in this region. We probably, like, if we leave, they're gonna kill the Kurds. Like, yeah, okay, dude. Yeah. ISIS is still around. Like, what? Like ISIS still exists. Correct me if I'm wrong. We won the war with ISIS? What? We lost, if anything. We pulled out. That's like saying we won the war with, like, against, fuck, who was it? Fuck, I'm blanking on the name of the force we fought in Vietnam. What was it? It was like the South Vietnam. Well, Viet Cong was the name of, like, fighting force. Was it literally just Viet Cong? I thought that was just the name of the fighting force. Wasn't there? NLF, thank you. The NLF, thank you. I think that's the term, right? What's... Yeah, okay. Well, like, that's like saying we won the war in Vietnam because we left. I don't know. Like, it just seems very, like, yeah, man. We totally took that dub. Don't Google what I'm saying right now, though. Just trust me. We won that. North Vietnam Army? I thought we were fighting... No, we were... I thought... Yeah, no, South Vietnam was where we'd occupied, so we would have been fighting North Vietnam. I don't know. I wasn't alive when the Vietnam War happened.
But I don't want to see wars. I think it's so hard.
If I was, I'd remember everything about it.
Necessary. So costly in terms of lives and money in that order. And destroying these countries. You know, you're destroying culture. When you look at Ukraine, that would have never happened if I were president. You look at the October...
What? Okay, Putin would have never invaded Ukraine if he was president. Mind you, every Trump supporter I've heard talk about the, like, Russia-Ukraine is either, like, just blatantly pro-Russia, like, just open about it, or they do this really stupid, like, I shit you not, they try to claim that the Ukrainians don't want to fight anymore, and the U.S. is forcing Ukraine to fight Russia. I have seen... Unfortunately, a lot of podcast clips that are just like normie dude bro podcast where it's like middle-aged men just talking about like politics, unfortunately. And like the narrative that's so popular among like these normie like centrist dudes is that like Ukraine doesn't want to fight anymore. And the people are like dying and Ukraine's losing the war horribly to Russia. And the U.S. and Zelensky are forcing the people to continue fighting, and they don't want to anymore. They just want to surrender. That's the narrative. That's the narrative that Trump is going to use, and the justification Trump will use if he gets elected for cutting off all support to Ukraine the second he gets elected.
7th attack on Israel would have never happened.
Why? I look at your policies, I see secure the borders, bring jobs back. I look at the Democrats and many Republicans, and it's foreign war and foreign expansion.
That's right.
What is that?
I think it's just a failed mentality.
It's so upsetting to me how much Tim Pool sounds like a good few of you guys in chat sometimes, but like a lot of the online left right now when it comes to Biden. Like, it's crazy how much of Biden, or like the anti-Biden rhetoric on the left is just the same shit Tim Pool says. Not, listen, some of you guys have been, you know, some of you guys have done some, not all of you, you know, I'm not when I say some of you in chat, I'm not saying all of you. It doesn't necessarily apply to you specifically who heard that. But like, there have been people in chat, most of them banned, that have like done the cringe, like anti-Biden stuff that's just like, basically a Tim Pool take. Like, you know, the Democrats run on a policy platform of getting us into more foreign wars. Yeah, really? That's what the Democrats do, right? That's what you really think? You think the Democrats are all about foreign war? That's their thing? They're more war hawkish than Republicans? Like, you actually fall for the idea that Republicans are truly isolationist, while Democrats are like war hawks? Like, if you fall for that narrative, you are falling for Republican propaganda. But it's so popular on the left to believe this dichotomy. But it's not a real one. It's the same lie as, like, the Obama was the deporter-in-chief thing. You can Google that right now and fact-check it. Turns out, Obama did not deport anywhere near as many people as people said. That whole deporter-in-chief nickname, I mean, Obama didn't even deport as many people as Trump or Bush, who were the Republicans before and after him. But the claim was that he's deported more than any. Like, it was this weird, bizarre, like, actually, Obama is super anti-immigrant. Like, narrative that was popular even among Democrats, and I heard my my mom say that once, like when I was a kid, that Obama's the deporter in chief. Like liberals believed that narrative because it was just a pervasive idea that like sounded believable. Like, yeah, you know, the Democrats can't be all good. I guess that's believable that like, you know, the Democrats would deport more people than Republicans, but like it's just this nonsensical idea, but people believe it. And they're like, you can fact check these things. Like, no, Obama did not drone strike more people than Bush or Trump. I like that's nor has Biden. Like one of the biggest things that Trump did was drone striking Soleimani, right? Like that was like a huge deal. He drone striked Yemen. It's the dumbest shit, especially considering they never bring up that he was president for longer, too. Yeah, like Trump was president for 4 years as well, and Obama was president for 8 years. He still didn't deport as many people, but he still got the nickname deporter-in-chief because people want to push that idea that actually the progressive is the real bigot. Because that's how you get progressive people to vote for a bigot instead.
It's crazy. You can sell.
That's true. Leftists will say that one drone strike is too many, regardless of like any casualties involved.
Problems over a telephone. Instead, they start dropping bombs. I see recently they're dropping bombs all over Yemen. You don't have to do that. You can talk in such a way where they respect you and they listen to you.
Bombed Yemen. You bombed Yemen.
Of Hungary, you know, the leader. They call him a strong man. Who cares if he's a strong man or not a strong man? He's a very powerful guy. He said the problem the world has is that Donald Trump is no longer president. When he was president, China didn't play around, Russia didn't play around, nobody played around, and we had no.
It's literally like I genuinely believe that our like anti-American world leaders, like our foreign adversaries, actively plan to get America involved in wars when and to get us into conflict whenever there's a Democrat in office. Like we already know about the Russian collusion, so Putin's definitely in on something like that. Especially when you consider Trump's response to say, well, he would have never done that if I was president. It's like, you wanted to order a drone strike on a top Saudi official? He did want to do that.
No problems. Today, the whole world is on fire.
I heard that funny, there's a conversation from a phone call where...
But not from climate change. Climate change is a Chinese hoax, of course.
You said that there was, they maybe thought there was a 5% chance you'd nuke them.
That's well.
And so that kept them in line. It's kind of scary to think about, but you take a look at the weakness we have now.
They actually think the idea that, like, the rest of the world thinks Trump's so unhinged that, like, America might launch nukes is, like, a powerful thing. Did Zan talk about the Trump trial yet? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're watching this after that, because it's like, look at the juxtaposition of how big Trump thinks he is here, and then 2 days later, now that he's a felon.
With Ukraine and the money that we are wasting. You know, I'll bring it back to the economy. This young guy I was talking to about immigration. Actually, I'll put it this way. There's a viral video where a young man's screaming that we're sending hundreds of billions to a country no one's ever heard of. Right. And young people are hurting in this country. Do you see any direct economic policy that is on your list for 2025?
Direct economic, but also direct in terms of warfare. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars all around the world. But when you look at Ukraine, we're giving all of this money. Europe, which is much more affected by that war than us, is spending just a tiny fraction of what we're spending. And you say, does anybody at least get involved in this? But more importantly, I will end that war. I'll get it ended.
I'll get it ended. I'll get it ended. Trust me. I'm gonna have a talk with Putin. I'm gonna tell him he's been a real bad boy and that we're bros, that he needs to just chill out. No, in reality, he'll cut off all support to Ukraine, which is what all of his voters want. It's what he has been advocating for. What everybody on the right has been saying is we're giving billions to Ukraine. We've got to stop. They're just gonna cut off Ukraine. It'll be as simple as that. Hell, they might even assist in helping Putin capture Zelensky, for all we know. Like, it would not surprise me if like, Trump just said, you know what? Here you go, Putin, and just handed Zelensky over. Like, Trump would do that. Like, tell me he wouldn't. Tell me Trump would not capture Zelensky and then hand him over to Putin and then cut off all support to the Ukrainian military so that Russia can invade, like, without much pushback. France is contemplating having troops go into Ukraine. Yeah, I think a lot of Europe is gonna, like, especially Poland, might end up sending, like, boots in the ground into Ukraine. Like, legit. I think it might happen. Because the war is not exactly going in Ukraine's direction, and it's looking like a proxy war is not going to be winnable. And so these, like, European countries that do not want a new USSR union of countries, like, annexed by Russia, they're gonna step in, boots on the ground. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if England gets involved, the UK gets involved. Like we could see like SAS motherfuckers pulling up in skiffs on like the beaches of the what is it, the Donetsk region, or no, is it the where is it? Where's that coastal area? I'm trying to remember the name of it right now. Crimea. That'd go crazy. No, you don't think that would happen, dude? Europe, the EU might not like be cool about a new USSR being made, guys. Like, think about this. This wouldn't be World War III, but like we could see some serious troop deployments along the western like borders of Ukraine from those countries, particularly Poland and maybe France or the UK, just putting boots in the ground to help the Ukrainians. Because like, dude, they can't let Russia take Ukraine. Like, it's not just a moral thing or like an ally thing. It's a world strategy thing. They can't let Ukraine get taken by Russia. It is part of Putin's plan to rebuild the USSR. They're not going to let it happen. I think if things really start going too badly for Ukraine, we're going to see Europe, like as a large part of Europe, get involved with like actual boots in the ground warfare. Brits don't like the idea of being at war the same way as Americans. It doesn't matter, though. Like, Biden doesn't like the idea of being at war, but then Iran launched, like, a massive, like, drone barrage at Israel, and so Biden was ready to go to war with Iran if it happened, you know? Like, that could... It doesn't matter whether or not it's unpopular. Sometimes your country is forced into a situation where it has to engage in conflict due to a variety of different reasons. Some of them are agreements that are come to where if we're attacked, a country has to help us, and if they're attacked, we have to help them. We have a lot of agreements like that. Israel's one of them, I believe. Like, I think Israel is supposed to help us if we were ever to get like a land invasion and we needed their help somehow. They would have to help us, I think, in the same way that we have to help them. I think there's a few nations I can think of that we have that agreement with. I think Ukraine is one of them, right? They're not part of NATO, but we already had like a pact with them where like if they got invaded, we had to help, or at least like I think EU nations had to help. Yeah, okay. They're not in NATO, but there was an already existing agreement that kind of... Yeah, the U.S. has that agreement. Okay, the U.S. has that agreement with a lot of countries. We're like the mob. We're like, you help us, we help you. You know, you scratch our back, we scratch yours. Maybe. You know, that's kind of how we operate on the world scale.
Putin respects me. Zelensky respects me. I know all the players, and I want to get that war ended. It's a horrible war. It's a terrible. There's no good war, but that's a horrible war. And to think.
Can he not just like say that Putin is invading and that it's an invasion and that the Ukrainians are not like, it's not a war. Like, notice how he talks about it as if it's like equally blame. Like there's equal blame to ascribe here. He's not talking about it like it's an invasion. He literally calls immigration to America an invasion, but what's happening in Ukraine is a war, a horrible war that needs to be ended, that he talks about vaguely as if like both sides are equally culpable. He's going to help Russia. He will literally hand Zelensky over to Putin personally. I promise you. If he wins, he will have Zelensky captured and handed over to Putin for execution.
I think it would have never started. It would have never started. If the election turned out like it should have turned out, that war would have never started. I mean, and you know, the number of lives we're talking about is far greater than the numbers that you hear. When they blow up...
Wait, if that election turned out the way it should have turned out, what do you mean? Was it not rigged anymore? Do you mean you lost? And the election didn't turn out how you wanted? Ooh, Freudian slip.
A town, or when they blow up.
How cool do you keep your rooms, Zan? Well, it's underground, and it's still pretty cool out, so it's actually kind of chilly in here. If it got any colder, I'd probably turn on my space heater just to warm it up a little bit. It's actually quite cool in here, which I love, because I hate being sweaty and hot during streams. It sucks.
These buildings, these massive buildings, surprisingly, I mean, these are big. That was my business. These are big, powerful buildings. And they come tumbling down to the ground and they say nobody was injured. A lot of people were killed. Yeah. And the numbers are a lot different than you think. You will see that happening. When those numbers really get announced, you're going to see it's much worse than people think.
Here at the Libertarian Party National Convention, they had one of their, I believe one of their presidential nominees said he wants to see Fauci.
Oh my God. Is that where they are? The Libertarian National Convention? Didn't Trump get booed at this later on? This isn't interesting to me anymore, so I'm fine cutting it off here. But didn't Trump get booed? Trump booed libertarians. Yeah, Trump react to getting booed at Libertarian Convention. Dude.
Trump was met last night at the Libertarian Party convention with a raucous crowd and a few rubber chickens from a pro-RFK Jr. super PAC hoping to fire up an already raging audience. The moment Trump took the stage, heckling broke out from libertarians, trying to drown out the rows of his supporters in the back of the room. Now, with a CNN reporter actually witnessed at least one libertarian throwing a punch at a Trump fan. So why did Trump brave the unfriendly audience for this speech? Well, because independent and third-party voters could actually make or break this race. But when you toss in the rest of the candidates who could appear on the ballot, it becomes clear that the two of them actually have a bit of a problem. As you can see, they're very, very close. All right, my panel is back, and Don Bresnahan from Punchbowl News is joining us for this conversation as well. Trump's comments were interesting to this crowd last night because he also was clearly trying to talk to them, speak their language, and made some promises to folks in the Libertarian Party.
Okay, let's see this. I want to see this clip.
Should nominate Trump for president of the United States. Whoa. Only do that if you want to win. If you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. I will put...
Dude, you can't do this. No. No, Trump could never be a live streamer, dude. Trump could never be a live streamer and deal with, like, the dumb fucks that he would find stupid in his chat. That would piss him off. He would let it get to him too much. Oh my God. Please clap.
Put a libertarian in my cabinet. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
And the one person quoted by Politico, who is the director-at-large of the Libertarian National Committee, said any libertarian worth their stripes who has looked at Donald Trump's record will see that he barely aligns with the conservative camp and is a far cry from the Libertarian Party. I mean, like I said...
Literally, just any time a libertarian says, Trump is pretty cool, you just got to respond with bump stock ban. And he got him. That's pretty much where it is. Trump never did anything pro-gun. He never expanded any liberties or freedoms, except, I guess, people tried to expand people's freedoms to sue people that use their freedom of speech. So that was, I guess that was an expansion of freedoms he went for, but he never even succeeded at that, so yeah. Anyway, if you enjoyed this, I would like you to leave a comment. It really helps a lot, and it shows your support to my content on the channel, and it forces YouTube to boost my channel in the algorithm, sending my videos and streams out to far more people. So I really do appreciate it. It's totally free as well. And don't forget, you can have a similar effect by commenting as well down below. I always love reading your comments too, and they boost the channel, so consider dropping some engagement down there. And consider following my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description. You can see me on other platforms and see what else I have to say there. And also, if you want to support me directly, financially, and you've got the money for it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through Streamlabs as well. All linked down below. And don't forget, final thing, I have the link down below to my Discord server, which is the main hub of my community and fan base. It's totally free to join, and I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties in there. So make sure to join if you want to be a part of the, chill events and communities and stuff. It's a really fun time. And I also announce all my new uploads and streams there, so if YouTube neglects to tell you when I've gone live or uploaded, at the very least the Discord will. So make sure you got notifications turned on if you don't already. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you there. Thanks for watching. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Join us. Join the Discord. All right. You know what we're covering next.
Israeli tanks are pushing.
Whoa. Jesus, that played fast. What the hell? Okay. Yo, Razor Sharp Rust, thank you for the €2 Don't know which. Says root beer bottle caps are top tier candy. Root beer bottle caps are top tier candy? What? Like, do you suck on them or something? What the hell? Do you chew them? Good God. More Israel news? More Israel news? What do you mean? I haven't done a segment about Israel in like a week. What are you talking about? Anyway. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Unfortunately, not all of the topics I have to cover today are positive ones. We're not just going to be bloomering all day, unfortunately, as there was a bit of an atrocity that's been occurring over the last few days. Sort of an atrocity among atrocities, I should say, that Israel's been committing on the Palestinian people, only this time it was on a refugee camp in Rafah. I believe it was the Rafa border crossing, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, that area recently got, like, fully pushed in on by the IDF about 2 weeks ago when they, like, rolled in with tanks and ground troops, and they were, like, rolling over the I Heart Gaza sign with the tank and stuff. Really disgusting stuff to see on video. Well, it's escalated substantially, and over the last 3 days, I think it's over 100 people have died. I know I've seen a headline where it's 53 Palestinian civilians. I know that I saw a headline where it was 12 children. I've seen another headline where it was closer to 60. So, and I know it's been days since I read those ones. So at this point, it's probably racked up a fair amount because I'm constantly seeing new updates on my news headline, like my news timelines, that like more airstrikes, more bombings are taking place like throughout the day. It's not like it happened a few days ago and stopped. There's been continuous massacring since then. I guess I kind of refer to it as a massacre because like no Zionist like definition poacher can really get mad at you for describing it as a massacre, because it objectively, by every definition, is when an armed force attacks and a civilian unarmed force is slaughtered in that attack. That is a massacre. In fact, I'm pretty sure this event will be written down on Wikipedia and referred to as the Rafah massacre. It might literally end up getting that name historically. This is by definition a massacre. No Zionist can like pick apart that definition, or whatever. John Fetterman throwing a party right now. I mean, John Fetterman might be puking himself for all we know. Like, the dude is not gonna get reelected, and I think he knows it.
Israeli tanks are pushing into central Rafah for the first time since it expanded its offensive there. This as U.S. officials say the military-built pier that's used for delivering aid into Gaza is out of commission.
I saw someone carrying their dead kid. It was terrible. Yeah, I did too. I assume you're talking about the video where it's the father holding up the decapitated toddler, and the body's like obviously very. I hate to go into detail about this, but I need to give you guys a perspective on how fucked up this is and what kind of videos coming out about this. This morning I was on Twitter, and one of the videos that came out of Rafah is literally a father holding up a decapitated body of a toddler. It's blackened, like it's been burnt and covered in dust and rubble for maybe days. And it's just, you know, it's pretty gruesome. It's a fucked up thing. And it's not like, you can look at that video or not, or hear me describe it, which is, I think, what I'd advise to all of you. And you can, like, that can upset you. But you got to remember, this is just one kid out of, at this point, tens of thousands that have been killed in the same way. So when you see those videos, understand you're just seeing a tiny little sliver poking up from the surface of the iceberg that is underneath that surface.
And the international outcry is intensifying over a deadly airstrike in Gaza's southernmost city on Sunday. At least 45 people were killed in the attack. Israel's military says it targeted 2 Hamas commanders using, quote, small munitions. Officials believe
Like, look at this shit. Like, this is literally, it looks like if you got rid of the news headline stuff and showed someone this image, you would think it was like a scene being practically filmed for a movie. because this kind of stuff, like, you don't expect it to happen in real life. For, like, a developed nation that has a big name on the world stage, just firebomb, well, maybe not firebomb, but to bomb to the point of setting on fire a refugee camp, killing at least dozens of people, including children. The refugee camp area did in fact have Hamas using Palestinians as human shields, and Israel attacked them to kill few Hamas members, and the refugees were casualties caught in the attack. That's why the definition snipers will say it's not technically a genocide, and that's why I'll say just call it massacres or whatever, so that they don't let that argument get muddy. Don't get in the weeds with them. Just talk about what's actually happening. Sure. Yeah, Israel is fighting Hamas. When they bomb these places, they are trying to bomb Hamas. That does not change the fact that when Hamas uses human shields, Israel's response is just to go, okay then, and to shoot the human shield. That's not what you're supposed to do. If American cops did that, we wouldn't have cops anymore. That institution would be gone in a week if that was the way American cops handled human shield situations. But for some reason, the IDF is allowed to do it, and it's completely just make excuses for it. There's no excuse for it. Like, Israel could fight Hamas in a way that does not cause countless civilian deaths.
Quote, small munitions. Officials believe shrapnel from the strike hit a fuel tank, causing a secondary explosion.
So I guess that's how the fires started, is there were small munitions they dropped, like the shrapnel shit they dropped onto this refugee camp, and then a bit of shrapnel hit a fuel tank and set it off, and it caused a massive fire. I mean, this is just what you would expect doing this. Like the IDF should expect this kind of outcome at this point. It's not like it's their first day.
Which set the displaced persons camp in flames. Let's bring in CBS News contributor Robert Berger, who joins us now from Jerusalem. I want to get to Rafa in a second, but first I just want to ask you about that breaking.
Small munitions is a specific phrase. I believe what they were using was effectively like they were basically dropping grenades on them. They were basically dropping frag grenades onto this refugee camp, is my understanding, and that's what I understand small munitions to be, like frag grenade sized, like bombs that you drop or place and or throw, lob in some cases. Like grenade launchers, I think, count as small munitions. Grenades are small munitions. Yeah. Grenades that have a tendency not to go off until a child picks up. Grenades that have a tendency not to go off until a child picks it up. Yeah, that I've heard about that shit. It's just so fucking horrible.
Breaking news off, out of the pier, out of commission for at least a week, getting this desperately needed aid into Gaza. How much more of a challenge will it be now?
Just hasn't gone according to plan. Originally,
it was grenade launchers specifically. Okay, I guess it was handheld mortar grenade launchers. Wow, I didn't even know what they were using. I was just listing things I know to be small munitions, but there you go. Grenade launchers was the thing they used.
They were hoping that 90 trucks a day would come off that U.S. pier and go up to 150 a day, but there's been all kinds of logistical problems as well as problems with high seas. And so basically we have a situation where simply not enough aid is getting into Gaza. Israel also took over the Rafah border crossing about 10 days ago, which was the main crossing from Egypt into Gaza. And since then, the Egyptians haven't allowed aid to cross in from there. So the humanitarian situation really just getting worse in Gaza.
And Israel is continuing its operations in Rafah despite international criticism. What's the latest there?
We're hearing a report.
Do the ICC have a warrant out for Netanyahu yet? Or did that not get approved? Are they still working on approval for that warrant? Because if they can get that approved, then Netanyahu literally is a prisoner in his own country. If he ever tries to fly out, there is no friendly airspace through which he can't get ambushed by ICC jets. I guess it would be like NATO jets. Still in the works, still working on it. I'm glad it's not dead in the water, I was worried that it's been a bit and I haven't heard about it. I was worried that was dead in the water, and they only got it approved for the Hamas leaders.
Reports of heavy fighting between Israeli forces and Hamas militants. And, you know, the situation in Rafah is such that civilians are typically caught in the middle. According to Palestinian officials,
no, civilians are not typically caught in the middle. Hamas uses them as human shields, and the IDF, knowing this, attacks anyway. This is intent on both sides of the war to hurt civilians. And Israel are in the position to just take a step back and not kill those civilians. Israel are the ones in the position of much higher power in which they have the resources, time, everything they need to do this right. And we shouldn't expect moral goodness from Hamas. Hamas is bad. Everything they fight for is bad. Hamas does need to be stopped. We shouldn't expect them to be the good guys. We shouldn't expect them to not use human shields. They're bad. They're evil. Hamas is an evil organization. They're hyper reactionary, extremely anti-Semitic. Obviously, they're bad, and they're going to use human shields. Israel likes to position itself as a good nation, though. A morally upstanding country fighting a bad enemy. They have the responsibility to not shoot the human shields in this case. The onus at this point, I put on Israel. There is blame to be assigned to Hamas, don't get me wrong, but the onus is on Israel to preserve the lives of these civilians. They have the ability to do this.
In one Israeli strike on a tent camp in a so-called safe area, at least 20 people have been killed. So even though you have more than 1 million Palestinians who have been evacuated from that area, you still have the problem of civilian casualties and, you know, what they call collateral damage.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the airstrike.
Literally in like TV shows and shit, the villains call it collateral damage when like a family gets crushed by like the super evil Inator 5000. Like, that's literally a thing in movies. Like, when the Marvel villain gets some, like, innocent people killed, they're like, just call it collateral damage. You know? Like, what the fuck?
A tragic mishap. But when you see the images that are coming out that are just so horrific to watch and see, I mean, how are the images and how are his remarks being received on an international scale?
Well, there has been outrage by this strike that you mentioned that took place late Sunday. This massive fire that spread through the tent camp, and there's been outrage from European countries, the UN calling on Israel to stop this war. But now Israel is saying that basically the munitions it used, 37.
Yeah, in Call of Duty, I don't think you're even allowed to shoot civilians in like any game except for maybe the campaign of that one with the no Russian bit, but like that's a different, you're not like, I don't think you're a soldier in that, or if you are, you're like undercover or something, and you have to like keep up a character. I forget what the story of that COD was. But yeah, like the, yeah, like Israel is worse than Modern Warfare 2, a game notorious for war crimes, excluding no Russian. Yeah, like no Russian is like the exception though, right? Obviously Modern Warfare 2 did have some pretty surprisingly salient critique of the military-industrial complex, which is not common in Call of Duty campaigns at all.
7-pound bombs, 2 of them, to target 2 senior Hamas commanders could not have caused that massive blaze. They're saying that apparently Hamas munitions in the area exploded, possibly by shrapnel. But, you know, from a public relations standpoint, you know, Israel seems to be trying to...
You know the statistics about how, like, 40% of the population of Gaza is under, like, what, 16 years old or 18 years old or something? You can see that when you see these crowds. Like, a lot of these people are kids.
Shift the blame to Hamas, but from a public relations standpoint, I think the damage to Israel's image has already been done.
So that said, what's happening internally within Israeli politics?
Well, you have the 3-man war cabinet with one member, Benny Gantz, threatening to quit the government on June 8th. He's unhappy with the way Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is prosecuting the war.
This is something that I feel not enough progressives are talking about. Israel is not, even within its current government, united in its like support of the way the IDF is like massacring civilians in Gaza. There are politicians that are like willing to step down in protest of what is happening. Like Netanyahu is kind of the mastermind of a lot of this. He's not exclusive, but he's kind of the head of the snake at this point. And there's dissent within Israel's government. Yeah, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not the same. In fact, I would argue that Zionists have been some of the most anti-Semitic actors in the political sphere in the last year.
Two reasons. One, he feels it is...
Besides maybe Hamas and like the Houthis and stuff.
Netanyahu has blocked attempts to try and get a hostage deal. And two, he says that there's just simply no plan for the day after. Who will rule Gaza when the war is over? Gantz would like to accept the U.S. plan, which would see a path to a Palestinian state and possibly peace with Saudi Arabia. But Netanyahu is rejecting that. He and the hardliners in his government oppose a Palestinian state.
This is the IDF.
Robert Berger, appreciate you joining us on this breaking news and a more far-reaching conversation. We want to turn now to our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, who's at the White House for more on the Biden administration's response. So, Nancy, we've been talking about the international criticism here on the attack in Rafah. How's the White House responding?
I'd say the White House response has been fairly muted compared to what we've seen from other quarters. The National Security Council, Lindsay, put out a statement last night.
Biden's in an effectively impossible situation. I don't know what else Biden can do other than to drop Israel. And you know how earlier I said it's stupid to fear World War III? That's the exception. I don't know if you guys know this. I've talked about it multiple times before, but Israel is so fucking insane when it comes to self-preservation. They have a public, globally known policy of what happens if they lose. It's called the Samsonian option. And just like the biblical character, the Jewish hero Samson, though I would actually argue Samson was more like the world's first terrorist, to be honest. Like, he would collapse everything down on everyone, killing himself and everybody else that was the enemy, right? So the idea is that if Israel falls, then they will launch their entire nuclear arsenal, cause a nuclear Armageddon, and destroy the planet. The Samsonian option. So I don't know what would happen if Biden just said, sorry, no more support from the U.S. anymore, and just ditched Israel. I don't even know how that would work, or if it's possible, or if, like, the Republicans... Like, is that even the president's decision? Could the Republicans block that? Is that a Supreme Court decision? I imagine that would be up to the Senate or the House, not the Supreme Court. I suppose an executive order could potentially do it, but then the executive order could get vetoed by the Senate. So I guess the Senate could have... Or not the Senate, the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court could have a say. And it's a Trump Supreme Court, so they very well would probably veto any executive order Biden passed to try to disconnect U.S. support from Israel. It's like, I don't think it's a congressional decision. How's Congress right now? Isn't Congress, like, I think we have the House right now, and Republicans have Congress, or is it the other way around? Let me check. Congress seats 2024. It look like right now? Yeah, Republican majority. No, that's the House. The House is currently 221 to 213, Republicans to Democrats. What about... Yeah. Dems have the Senate. It seems like Republicans have the House right now. So that would be bad. I don't think Biden even could. Like, I don't think the Democrats would be able to disconnect from this, because that would be a... I don't think that would be a Senate decision or a president decision. Is Zan buffering? Yeah, that was me buffering. Yeah. No, I don't know. Like, I want to say I don't think Biden realistically could just drop Israel. Like, I don't think Biden internally is super pro-Israel. I think that, like, supporting Israel is, for a variety of reasons, like, a thing that American politicians are expected to do no matter what. Like, even if they are critical of Israel, they have to be supportive. But at the same time, it makes sense, like, if he can't do anything more, because Biden has been the forefront to pushing for ceasefires between Israel and Hamas. So it just seems like he doesn't want this fighting to continue. He wants the ceasefire to happen, but he doesn't want to drop Israel, or he can't do it. It's hard to say. It's a difficult choice. Yeah, I mean, Israel is also a powerful ally. Do we want to drop them? That's a hard choice, and it could potentially, like, to be fair, there are a surprising amount of Democrats that do support Israel as well. Like, there is a certain tightrope he has to walk, because a fair amount of American Jews do believe Zionism and, like, Judaism are one and the same, and that if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic, and thus, like, Israel existing is the way that, like, Jewish people's safety can be assured. And if you're thinking this is crazy, you got to understand that at the same time, historically, Jewish people are the most hate-crimed, enslaved, and genocided group to ever exist in history. Like, total up all the numbers, the Jews have had it worse time and time and time again. Even if you account for slavery, if we, like, look at the total scale of human, like, history, it's just Jewish people have been, like, for some reason, just continuously targeted. And so there is a really broad idea among many Jewish people, particularly in America, that, like, there's never again. There could be another Holocaust, right? And we'll never let that happen again. Like, a lot of that is the never again thing is sort of what Israel uses as their justification for existing, going back decades and decades and decades and decades. The idea that Israel existing is a way of, like, securing the safety of Jewish people. Because let's say a genocide of Jews happens again somewhere in, like, Eastern Europe or something. There's a place that accepts Jews and will provide them a home and citizenship, et cetera, be like, welcome home, you know, escape. Like, that was the idea. That is the marketing of Israel.
Calling the images that we're seeing coming out of this camp in Rafah devastating and heartbreaking, reiterating once again that Israel needs to do more to protect civilians. But the statement doesn't go on to say what, if anything, the U.S. is going to do if it determines that the Israelis aren't doing enough to protect Palestinian civilians. I mean, we saw the president halt one shipment of...
If you criticize Israel, you're not getting the support of the American citizens, no matter how right you are. I do think that you're probably a bit right. A lot of people don't know how much, like, how low on the scale of, like, concern Gaza and Israel are to the average American. There's been polling on this, and Israel-Gaza is one of the lowest concern issues in the election for people that have taken the polling. Like I've said, the real problem that a lot of people have with Biden is he's old. That they don't, like, the American people are not as critical or opposed to Israel as you may think, or as I would like them to be. In 10 years, this may change. It very well may. But, like, I've noticed there's a trend, and I'm not trying to rip on the left or anything here. I'm making, like, a little bit of an observation. I've noticed a trend where it feels like a lot of leftists online sort of subtly, and I've noticed myself do this, and I had to, like, pull myself out of it, slowly and subtly trick yourself into believing that your ideas are more popular than they are. It happened during Bernie's run in the primaries, where, like, if you asked me or any other lefty online, Bernie had it in the bag, and the American people wanted Bernie. But it just wasn't true. There was a very loud outcry, a loud minority of people in the Democratic Party that wanted Bernie, a very passionate grassroots funding, like, support group, but they just weren't the majority. They weren't enough to beat out Elizabeth Warren, Biden, or who else was it up there? I think Warren, Biden, Klobuchar, Bloomberg. I can't remember anyone else that was running in that primary. But I think he got like left in the dust by even Warren. You know? Yeah. It's just like it's easy to get convinced that like our beliefs are more popular than they are, even among the side politically that tends to vote the same way we do. Our ideas are still very much radical, even to most left-leaning Americans. Like if you're in this chat, you probably have radical politics in the view of most Democrat voters. And that realization may sound crazy to you, but I promise it's true. You can look up the polling by like political party affiliation, issue by issue, if you want to see.
1,000 and 2,000 pound bombs to Israel, but then other munitions were allowed to be sent to Israel. And so beyond that, it's unclear whether the U.S. plans to take any action if it determines that
I love the image where it's Patrick Starr playing basketball and it just says another $2 trillion to Israel.
This strike and in other strikes that the Israelis did not do enough to ensure that there would be as few civilian casualties in Gaza as possible.
God.
Are you learning of any discussions of next steps if these events continue?
Not right now. If those discussions are taking place, they aren't sharing them with us. In fact, if anything, they've always been very circumspect when we've asked them repeatedly, Lindsay, and I'm not just talking about here at the White House, but also at the State Department.
No, like Biden literally shouldn't say anything. Like I know that you guys might get mad at me for this, but if we don't want like Trump to win, strategically, Biden shouldn't say anything. Anything he says won't be enough for people that are like us that are critical of Israel, because it's not like outright stopping Israel, which he can't do. And he can't criticize Israel because A, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy us, frankly, because that doesn't change like whether or not kids are dying. And B, like it just pisses off the like substantial amount of Democrat voters that believe anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and will fall for the Republican narrative that they are already trying to push that Biden is anti-Semitic because he has lightly criticized Israel, to be fair. Lightly.
The Pentagon, across this government, when we have asked, what is the president's red line?
Although, more specifically, he's criticized Netanyahu, which I guess calling like leaders out by name is cool, but like, yeah. No, I mean, sure. I'll take it as a W, I guess. A small Biden W on the issue.
What is it that he is prepared to do if these civilian casualties continue? And U.S. officials have always been reluctant to say. And so it's really unclear at this point if there is anything they feel that they could do publicly to...
Dude, look how many of them are kids, dude. Like, seriously. Like, the stats aren't lying about how much of Gaza's population are actual children. Like, this is an insane amount of children. You go to fucking Disney World, and there's not this many kids in the crowd. And I'm not joking. I've been to Disney World in Florida. There's not this many kids in the fucking crowd. There's more adults at Disney World than there are in this crowd. I'm not fucking joking. It's genuinely just... like, I can't tell if I'm still nauseous from the last couple days or if this is making me nauseous. That's because the kids often go with family. Yeah, well, a lot of these kids are orphaned. You know that, right? Like, a lot of these kids were, like they're small, so they're a little more likely to survive. Like, when wherever they are gets attacked and their parents end up dying, a lot of these kids are orphaned. And there are a lot of kids that are orphaned and barely survived and are not well enough to be walking around. Like, these are the kids that survived well enough that they can walk around in the crowd. Many more are probably laid up somewhere, hopefully receiving medical attention. The majority of Gazans are orphans, yeah.
To change the trajectory, or if they're simply content to try to speak with Israeli officials behind the scenes and try to get them to change course.
Okay, I want to switch gears. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading to Eastern Europe to discuss the war in Ukraine. What more do we know about this trip?
Really interesting trip. He's heading to Prague, where he'll be meeting with other NATO foreign ministers to discuss some recent setbacks in Ukraine, how they can best support Ukraine. But then he's also going to be traveling to Moldova, which borders on Ukraine. It is much smaller. Like Ukraine, it's a former Soviet satellite. And the U.S. is very concerned about Russian influence efforts there. And in Georgia,
I mean, that's a very good concern, and I like that they're doing that, but at the same time, it feels so hollow, and, like, there's such a horrible atrocity being committed by one of the U.S.'s closest allies and being, like, enabled by the U.S., and then, like, immediately, we need to talk about how we're going to stop this horrible atrocity. We have a moral obligation to stop in Ukraine. It's like, I mean, I agree, but at the same time, it's like, can we have some consistency? Please. Please.
Another Soviet satellite not too far away. They are concerned that as Moldova tries to join the European Union, tries to take steps towards democracy.
The average voter wants free healthcare, lower taxes, and money to Israel. So fucking true.
To do that, and the Georgians as well, that the Russians are working to make that as difficult as possible with disinformation, trying to influence various levers of government there. And so the Secretary of State is traveling to Moldova to basically send a very public signal to Russia.
Listen, guys, I'm telling you, if gas prices get even $1 higher, like Hitler gets elected in America in this coming election. We like Americans will resurrect Hitler with psychic energy to make him president. You gotta know the average American voter is not as progressive and concerned about this genocide as we are. Okay, they are not as concerned. I think it's effectively a genocide. I'm not like the vocabulary cuck, but I know that if I get clipped calling it a genocide and people are like, Xander, can you defend calling it a genocide? Well, how do you feel about the fact that Israel provides electricity, water, and aid to Gaza? How do you feel about the fact that Israel actually has discriminated against civilian and Palestinian populations? If they really wanted to do a genocide, wouldn't they just bomb them all? Like, it would be that conversation for 2 fucking hours, and I refuse. So I'm just going to call it massacres. I get that you guys want me to call it a genocide. I promise you I'm not calling it a genocide because I disagree. I just don't want to end up in that debate. I want to debate about, like, what Israel is doing word for word. Like the bombing of the refugee camp at the Rafah crossing that led to literally dozens of children dying, including a video I would be able to provide as evidence, though I wouldn't want to have to, of a child whose head was blown off. I don't blame you, Zan. Yeah, I don't want to have one of the people who justifies this shit to, like, try and get me with gotcha shit, you know? You gotta understand, I have to be ready for the gotchas, okay? You guys don't have to be fair, unless you're gonna be debating. I have to be, and that's why I don't call it a genocide. It's a genocide. You don't have to be ready for the gotchas, so you can call it a genocide. But I'm not getting myself baited into that debate. Makes sense? Don't let them BS you? Yeah. Like, if they want to take issue with what I'm saying, they have to take issue with me describing the actual word-for-word thing that Israel did. And if they want to argue about that, then I'll happily have that debate. Like them trying to deny some atrocity Israel committed specifically, and then, like, me bringing up the evidence and all the reports on it, the video and everything. Yeah, that would be... That's the debate I want to have with Zionists. I want to see them try to defend and squirm as they try to defend the, like, specific massacres. You're the guy who makes the statement, we are the ones who agree? True! That's your job. You have to agree with everything I say. The sky is orange. Well, actually, it is kind of orange right now. It's sunset. Anyway, The Lone Grifter, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5 reduce. Very kind of you. Says, Trump was just found guilty in the hush money trial to know if it'll mean anything, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, I covered it earlier. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Your support is very kind. Yeah, very based. Yeah, I already covered that earlier, obviously. I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, but yeah. Keep an eye out for that video when it goes up on YouTube, too, if you haven't already seen it. But if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon if you haven't already so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload. Follow my social medias, link down below. Comment down below to boost my channel in the algorithm. And, of course, if you want to support me financially directly, help me pay my bills, keep the lights on, pay for food, that kind of thing, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or consider donating to me or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, if you want to support me, like through Discord or like be part of the community, the hub of my fan base, there's a link down below to join. Totally free. We host watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there, and I announce all my streams and uploads there as well, so if you have notifications on, even if YouTube neglects to tell you that I've gone live or uploaded, at least Discord will. So I hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Depressing segment, but I hope you enjoyed the topic. If the sky is orange, the air quality is shit. Well, it's not like the sky isn't. It's just cloudy out. Like, it's overcast, and there's a bit of, like, orangish yellow light from the sunset reflecting, so the sky is... It's not... I live in Seattle. There's good air quality. Jesus. My fans have special things that they like to say. Are you going to stream New Vegas today? Like I said in my announcements in the Discord, none today because I got a pretty late start. I'm a bit eepy already. All right. Next topic. Stream tomorrow? Yes, and we'll probably do Fallout New Vegas tomorrow as well after the topics. Maybe. I don't know. I might not do gaming tomorrow either because I've got a friend who has been away for a good few days who's going to be back tomorrow, and I want to hang out after stream, so might end up doing New Vegas tomorrow. It depends. We'll see. We'll see. Don't get your hopes too high, but the stream after next stream we definitely are doing New Vegas. Wait, hold on, let me check. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm no, wait, hold on. Because I'm streaming today, and I'm streaming tomorrow, and then Saturday I take off, and then Sunday I'm streaming again. Sunday we're doing another watch party of Rings of Power. So, okay. I'll do New Vegas tomorrow. It depends on how I feel. If I'm feeling sick towards the end of stream or something like that, I doubt I would be, but if it was something like that, I will live stream it if I'm not feeling awful tomorrow, and then I take the day off on Saturday, and then Sunday after stream we're doing another watch party of Rings of Power, the next 3 episodes. So that's gonna be hype. Are we doing another Rings of Power watch party that went hard as fuck? Yeah, how did you guys like Rings of Power? Did we already talk about how we feel about Tom being introduced in Rings of Power? Is Tom Bombadil actually getting introduced, or is that like a meme? Because I saw people saying that was a meme. Wow, Priest, thank you for the $50. Holy crap. Hey, Mr. Derhal, who is your favorite and least favorite political pundit? Well, thank you for the $50 dues. That is very kind of you, Priest. Well, my favorite and least favorite political pundit. Huh. So I guess this could include political figures, right? Like, not just, like, politicians. I really appreciate the dono. Thank you. Let me think for a moment. Least favorite, I would probably have to pin on... That's alive today. The easy choice is like Trump, but that's not what I'm going for. I'm trying to guess between, should I go for Netanyahu or Putin as like my most hated? It would be one of them. And then I guess when it comes to people that are pundits on the left that I like, I wouldn't say my favorite political pundit is a politician. I would say, like pundit? My least... I'd say like Tucker then. Like Tucker Carlson would be my least favorite. Or like Nick Fuentes maybe. Andrew Tate, one of them. And then when it comes to favorites, I'd guess maybe... I love John Oliver. I actually unironically love John Oliver. I'd probably say John Oliver. I think I've never seen John Oliver post cringe. Name one time that he posted cringe in regards to a take. He's had the most critical take on Israel, or towards Israel, that I've ever seen on national television. So that's a pretty big boost, you know? Anyway, thank you for the $50, Priest. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based, very kind. Only flaw is British. That's true. That's true. That's a big flaw. That is a big flaw. My favorite political pundit is you, Xander Hall. Aw, thank you, TSW Shadow Wolf. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right. What's our next topic? Oh, wait, I know. Hold on. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I hope you guys are familiar with an awesome content creator that makes mostly foreign policy-oriented left-leaning content named Dylan Burns TV. He really blew up, like, I guess, God, how long has it been? 6 years now? Jesus Christ, we're getting old. He blew up like 6 years ago, around the same time I did, because he was the youngest foreign policy advisor in America. Possibly ever, like in American history. He was like 20, maybe 19 at the time, and he was working as a foreign policy advisor for Mike Gravel's campaign. Back before the Gravel, like, everything became cringe. Like, I remember the Gravel Institute was like a cool anti-PragerU for a while, and they followed me on Twitter, and then they started posting serious cringe, and now I haven't heard about them in a while. But Dylan Burns was with them when they were cool, and then he left and they stopped being cool. Coincidence? I think not! Because Dylan Burns makes some dope-ass content. One of my favorites that he's made in, like, the last year is this Ukrainians Respond to Hassanabi video. It's pretty great. Do you know what Hassan's reaction to Dylan making this video was? Hassan called Dylan a pervert war tourist because Dylan is in Ukraine documenting the war crimes Russia's committing. So Hassan called him a pervert war tourist. That was his response to Dylan Burns bringing on Ukrainians whose homes, families, and lives are currently under siege by Russia to specifically criticize the things Hassan has said word for word. Because Hassan likes to pretend like he never said these things. I'll show a bit of this video just so you can get an idea of how fucking dope Dylan Burns is.
Hi, my name's Dylan Burns, and I just got back from Eastern Ukraine. I was out there filming with artillery crews supporting the Zaporozhye counteroffensive, as well as a separate artillery crew.
This is why Hassan calls Dylan a war tourist pervert. Mind you, in one of his previous trips he did, he was literally riding around in a flooded... Like, the Russians had blown out a dam and a bridge, and it had flooded an entire residential area, and they were rescuing pets and people that were, like, mostly pets that were trapped in the town when it flooded, because people leave their pets, like, locked in cages and on porches and in houses, and then it flooded. They got shelled twice. War Penguin not almost got shelled. They got shelled twice. A British journalist that Dylan was traveling with literally got hit by shrapnel on camera while Dylan was recording. Almost died. They had to rush him back to get medical help. He is very lucky to be alive, and it was a very scary moment, I imagine. Yeah, Hassan is such a piece of shit for that, but Dylan's doing very valuable work. He is, like, one of the most doing it type of content creators out there, like going out and doing shit, you know? He's rarely at home just streaming from a chair, which I respect the fuck out of. He's done so much more than Hassan's ever done, and more than most content creators have ever done. Which is why I'm so upset about what we're going to be talking about in a moment, because he's under attack, just blatantly. He is under attack, and not by Russians this time.
Defending the Donetsk region from Russian advances. I got a lot of incredible footage, including them working, them receiving counter-battery fire, talking to them about their personal lives, why they do what they do, living in a dugout 24/7, as well as a whole host of other topics. I'm really excited to share that footage with you guys, but that's not today. Today, we need to talk about a different topic, and that's inclusion. Specifically, including Ukrainians in conversations about their own country. Anytime I turn on cable news, anytime I turn on the radio, anytime I open up a newspaper, I see conversations happening everywhere about Ukraine. But Ukrainians are not often included in those conversations. And that's not just true of cable news, that's also true of alternative media sources as well. I'm talking Twitch and YouTube. And on Twitch, there's one king in political conversation, and that's Hasanabi. And he's talked quite a lot about the war in Ukraine. But I have not seen many conversations with him talking to Ukrainians on his platform. So I thought, due to the fact that many of his conversations had not included Ukrainian perspectives, maybe it could benefit from a Ukrainian perspective. So we gathered 4 people of varying political backgrounds from all across Ukraine, including one former Hasanabi fan, to talk about what Hassan has said about the war, and to include them in the conversation. Now,
I love this video. I just want to show one clip of their reaction to one of Hassan's, like, worst clips. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. Oh, this is their prior familiarity with this content.
For long enough, so let's move on to the first clip. So Hasanabi, leading up into the war, we're talking about mid-February, he started increasing the amount he was talking about the war in Ukraine. Before then, he didn't really talk about it much, if ever. But as the war became closer, he started to talk about predictions from the American government that the Russians would invade. And I wanted to show you guys a few highlights of that to show you when the first critiques from some Ukrainians came forward for Hassan. Now, I don't want to focus on this for too long because this is somewhat old news, obviously. But I felt like if I didn't include this, I'd be leaving out some vital context of the history of his commentary on the war.
What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shocked to find out. Anyway, we're going to talk about that and a bunch of other stuff, so get in now. Possibly a new React series as well, so you don't want to miss it.
New React series.
I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change, I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia every day. To make sure that the wishes of these fucking weirdo, I'm actually a sock them and you're fucking tanky idiots on the internet. Will, yeah, change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean? Time again that
I think she goes by Ukrainian Anna, though. I think that's like her username on Twitter. But I think that's her name. I think I've heard her called that both those names.
I don't think there is war that is going to happen because it would fucking destroy.
She's in Destiny's orbit. I think a lot of online Ukrainian creators are big time in Destiny's orbit because ironically enough, there's a lot of perception online among Ukrainians that the online American left is super pro-Russia because of Hassan. Why? Well, because the Ukrainians, a lot of Ukrainians think the online left is pro-Russia because of Hassan being the voice of the online left. So a lot of Ukrainians that are into left-wing politics that get into English, American politics online or English-speaking politics internet online, they gravitate towards Destiny because Destiny calls out Hassan's bullshit the most. Yeah, it's a big part of why I've taken to trying to criticize Hassan more as well. Is I don't want just Destiny to be the guy that criticizes Hassan when he's doing this shit that is very warranting in criticism. Because Hassan sucks and he is falling off, and as he falls, his audience is going to gravitate to other people. They're not gonna go to Vosh. A lot of them are going to probably get the perception that Vosh is the same. Maybe I don't know. It's hard to say. She's on good terms with Vosh. I don't know. I don't know what their situation is. I've never seen them interact before, but I know that a lot of Ukrainians online they don't feel very happy with the online left because Hassan, he may not he's pretty much the bandwagon pusher of the online, like a lot of the online left, right? They had a good talk. That's good to hear. I like that.
Or Russia. And I still believe that. I still believe that. That's true. Okay?
Yeah. I like the part where he says...
Yeah, also, Vosh has raised money for Ukraine, right? Like, a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's done like, at least one, I think maybe 2 charity streams, and raised a lot of money for Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. Like 6 figures? I can't remember the last time Vosh did a charity stream that didn't get into the 6 figures. They always get into the 6 figures. 2, I think? Yeah, I think he's done at least 2. Like, one when the war first started, and one, like, maybe, like, 8 months ago, if I were to ballpark it. So, yeah. No, I mean, I'm not saying that, like, Ukrainians on the internet hate the online left. I'm saying that, like, of Ukrainians online that are getting into politics, a lot of them, like, into English-speaking politics online, a lot of them gravitate towards Destiny because if they're aware of Hassan, they know he's that massive, biggest lefty guy on the internet and on Twitch who did Putin apologetics all throughout their country's invasion, you know? Like, a lot of them just naturally end up gravitating towards, like, American liberal content creators because they've been the most outspoken against Russia and the most consistently advocating for Ukraine as the war has gone on. Because, to be fair, a lot of the online left has also dropped Ukraine as a topic. I'm one of the rare cases where a leftist, I guess you could say, online streamer guy is still pretty consistently covering Ukraine. I bring it up pretty much every stream. Has there been a stream where I haven't name-dropped Ukraine and talked about Ukraine at least? Like, I feel like it's every stream. It's constantly on my mind. I think about Ukraine every day, like men think about the Roman Empire. So, like, I can see how a lot of, like, Ukrainians feel that way. This is very unrelated, okay? I'm getting very stun-locked here. You could cut this, I guess, Ethan, or maybe don't. I'm sure this is still an entertaining rant for people, and this goes out as a video. People love hearing me talk regardless of what it's talking about, as long as it's not a boring topic. But here's what I want to talk about. Dylan makes awesome content, like the video we just saw there. Here's the thing, though. He has been continuously bombarded with false strikes by YouTube. I don't know if it's because there is a group or an individual or individuals out there currently mass flagging every bit of content he uploads on his YouTube channel. I don't know what it could be. But whatever is happening, his channel is constantly getting auto-striked by YouTube. And when he suggests or requests an appeal, within, as usual, 15 to 20 minutes, he is getting rejected. It's because of mass reporting? We don't know that. It's impossible to know. Russian bots could be, but we don't know. It's impossible to know that. You can't really know if you got a report. But he has been false striked countless times. I've rarely seen him get any, like anything done about it, right? And it has happened again, just yesterday. Only the reason is one of the most blatantly biased on YouTube's end examples of like YouTube's current anti-left-wing bias in their moderation policy I've ever seen. Dylan Burns tweeted, "We have received a strike on YouTube for how our video on Brian Taylor Cohen versus RFK Jr. Video on Brian Taylor Cohen versus RFK Jr., which means Dylan cannot stream or upload to YouTube for 7 days. Ironically, the original misinformation video remains up without any issues. We're appealing this decision. Full context here." So this is Dylan explaining the situation himself.
There's no correlation between vaccination and
Okay, this is literally the clip that got striked. Oh yeah, this is the clip that got striked. We're not gonna play that because I don't want to get striked. But it's literally Dylan. This is the clip that'll apparently get you striked if you play it. Like I could get striked too because I'm a lefty channel. We don't have enough money or subs or income that we're making for YouTube. We don't make enough ad rev here to be able to play that clip like they can, like to be able to be that clip like the right-wing channels can, or like Dylan isn't big enough either. So, all right, let's see Dylan's response though.
By the way, that's just not true. It's absolutely that's just like a straight up like top to bottom lie.
Patients, one of the biggest studies.
This is higher if you can.
Oh, that was scary. I didn't expect him to play it again. I don't want to get striked, guys. I don't want to get striked. YouTube really is that insane about it, though. I'm not joking. Like, YouTube will detect... This wasn't mass reporting. YouTube detected the vaccine misinfo, being said because they have audio detection algorithms. It's how they know to demonetize you if you say fuck in the first 3 minutes of a video or the last 3 minutes of a video. They detected that guy saying those words, but they detected it on Dylan's channel, a channel that makes YouTube far less money, and they striked him for it because the risk is higher than the reward of allowing that TOS violation to exist in the platform further. If you think this is insane, that Google would do something like this, they are currently being investigated and sued for something called engagement hacking. You see, about 2 years ago, what's called a code yellow happened at Google headquarters. There had been a 15 to 16% drop in search queries on Google. That is to say, people would search. There were 16% less searches per year, or per that quarter, on the Google search algorithm. And the reason for this was that the search algorithm had become so refined. It was 5 years ago, my bad. The search algorithm had become so refined that people were barely using the search engine because they were searching for what they needed and instantly finding what they were looking for. And then they didn't need to search anymore until the next time they needed it, in which it instantly did what it needed, and then they were done with it. Surprisingly, this means less money for Google. A minute, small percentage drop, but that's catastrophic. A code yellow, which is effectively a code, which is effectively like DEFCON 5 for Google, right? Like they go into full panic mode, right? They're freaking out. They're losing their shit. Everyone's going crazy. They have to find a way to solve this, and they decide what they're going to do is engagement hacking. And engagement hacking is, well, it's basically what they've done to Google in the last 5 years. So it's gotten really bad in the last 2. Notice how you can search for something on Google or through YouTube, and it almost feels like the more specific your search query is, the harder it is to find that specific thing you're looking for. Like if you search really vaguely for something relating to what you're looking for, your result may come up because Google doesn't know what you're looking for. But if they know exactly what you're looking for, they'll hide it. So you have to keep repeatedly searching similar like combos of words to find what you're actually looking for. It's called engagement hacking because every search query, you're seeing more ads and sponsored posts, which is making Google more money. It is, in fact, a violation of Google's own TOS that they're doing this. They don't care. It's all about the profit. And they are that shameless. Not to mention, the CEO of YouTube has literally signed and signatured a congratulations letter for 100,000 subs to a channel called The Offensive T-Slur, though it's not T-Slur, it's just the slur, as well as the official YouTube channels sponsored by the fucking Taliban government in Afghanistan. Like, Google is literally biased against the left, in effect now. All the while, the online right is claiming to be the victims. Isn't it poetic? Dylan says they're appealing the decision via YouTube Studio, but would love at Team YouTube to take a look and post the channel URL and everything. Unfortunately, not a lot of engagement with this, but that doesn't really usually matter for if YouTube will reply or not. But Dylan Burns then quote tweets that tweet not too long later and says, "This time it took around 20 minutes for our appeal to be denied. Hoping there's a kind person at Team YouTube that can take another look. Thanks." And obviously here is the rejected appeal within 20 minutes, despite the video no doubt being longer than that even. YouTube then replies, "We'll take a look into this and let you know what we find. Hold tight. It might take a couple of days to hear back." Dylan says thank you. Team YouTube replies, "You're welcome. We're looking into this. We'll keep you posted as soon as we know." And then adds, "Here to help. Mind sharing your channel URL plus the YouTube video URL that received a strike so we can..." Wait. Team YouTube bot use exposed? Oh, wait, no, never mind. Maybe the post is just unavailable now. Never mind. Nope, that's not... I thought that was like Team YouTube accidentally bot replying to the same Dylan reply or post twice. Never mind. So yeah, Dylan ends up following it up with, "No stream tonight. YouTube in all their wisdom says I spread vaccine disinformation by reacting to a RFK interview already available on their platform, rejected the appeal, suspended for at least a week from streaming, will be streaming exclusively on Twitch starting tomorrow until I'm unsuspended." This has happened to me multiple times, by the way. This is a regular occurrence for lefty accounts online. It's happened to Vosh, it's happened to me, it's happened to Dylan, it's happened to Demon Mama. Who else can I think of that's happened to? I think it happened to Shark once. At least once. Yet you rarely ever see it happen to any of these big figures. In fact, do you guys remember that when Susan Wojcicki was CEO, as much as you guys may say you miss her because the current CEO is like an actual conservative, like through and through, Ben Shapiro confirmed that when Steven Crowder got demonetized, the slap on the wrist for that whole, like, Asian face bit that he did, where he wears the buck teeth and does, like, the like, you know, and then he, like, drowns the blonde doll while, like, saying, like, ching chong or something like that. It was really racist, like, blatant racism, just screaming at the fucking camera racism, right? He got demonetized for that, and then you know what happened? Ben Shapiro confirmed that he personally called, on her personal cell phone, called Susan Wojcicki, quote-unquote, chewed her out, and got him remonetized. YouTube has never been on our side, guys. The hate clicks will always be in YouTube's best interest to platform and support, while pretending it's what they're against. They will continue to put pride flags, like this June. You better believe we're going to see a pride flag as YouTube's logo. Meanwhile, your front page is going to be nothing but heavily pushed by YouTube, homophobic content about how insert gay, anti-woke, whatever. You know, it's going to be... They're spineless. They're just... It's corporate fakeness. Rainbow capitalism. Exactly. Unfortunately for Dylan, he's cut off from the vast majority of his audience the day that Trump is found guilty on all of his charges. This is a massive fucking bummer for him, and I really hate this, but I didn't really know what the point was of making this video. I kind of just wanted to rant about it because I like Dylan, and I'm sad this has happened to him. I'm also mad that YouTube is doing this shit, and it's happening to everybody, and I do think it's a problem you guys need to be made aware of, because to an extent... Something I need you guys to understand is the growth of these lefty channels, like myself, isn't a matter of, like, yay, the channel's growing. It's almost a matter of survival. With each passing day, YouTube is getting more and more hostile to left-wing accounts, unless they are big enough to justify YouTube keeping them there, talking about controversial topics. So in a way, when I say like the videos, comment, subscribe, that kind of thing, it's not just because I benefit from the more likes, it's also the fact that there's a certain level of self-preservation there. If the channel doesn't keep growing and as quick as possible reach a substantial size in which I have some pull with YouTube's moderation, I could just get triple striked overnight and my channel's gone. And when you're banned from YouTube that way, when you get your channel taken down from YouTube from 3 strikes like that, you're person banned from YouTube, which means I can't make a new YouTube channel and come back under a different name or something. I'm gone forever. YouTube will just ban me for ban evading if I ever come back again. We need to make a new place to migrate to soon enough. There will never be, like, us making a new place to migrate to for making content and content hosting. Right now, it's thought to be like the most held monopoly of anything right now, besides like maybe ISPs is video sharing, and YouTube holding that crown. It is very hard to have the amount of money and power and infrastructure needed to host the amount of video data YouTube has. Let me check something. Amount of video per day uploaded to YouTube. So about 271,000 hours of YouTube content is uploaded to the platform each day. Obviously, it takes a lot to be able to break into this industry. My advice to Dylan, if he happens to see this video, by the way, is set up a really solid paragraph of a tweet that explains what the video was, what was in the video, what you were criticizing, what actually happened, that it was a false strike, that you're appeal was falsely rejected and you would like something to be done about it. And then include a link to the striked video. You always have to include a link, or they'll ask you for a link and then they won't get back to you after you've replied with the link for like a day. So always include the link in your first contact, or they're going to just waste an entire day by asking you to add the link. And they may never reply to you after you add the link. So always make sure you include the link. And then from there, because they may never reply to you, you need to make sure you set this to go up daily or weekly. I did it weekly, and I eventually got my false warning strike taken away. Was like after a few months of weekly tweets at Team YouTube and them doubling down on the false strike, because they've got bots on Team YouTube's Twitter too. It's also a bot account. Sometimes you get a person, and when you do, they finally remove the strike. But it's just throwing eggs at the wall and seeing what sticks. You know, you just got to keep on doing it until they finally remove your strike. And you just got to harass them. Like Andy Dufresne writing letters over and over again from the prison in Shawshank Redemption. That's the only way. Dylan's live on Twitch. You can just tell him. I mean, I'm not currently doing a call or like going into anyone's chat right now. But if he sees this, I hope I've told him this advice before as well. So hopefully he does that. But yeah, it's the only way. And I do recommend just scheduling the tweets, because then you don't have to manually post them. You can just like write out that template and then like copy paste it and schedule them for like daily or weekly posting, and then just delete them once the problem is solved. If you've got like a bunch that are not needed to be posted now because the strike's gone. I wish the best for him, but I also want to talk about the fact that YouTube is in a really rough place now. So when I say drop a like and support the channel, please do. Please do it. It's serious. It actually is, because like lefty content creators being so small is kind of getting to be very detrimental at this point for the continued existence of our channels and our ability to make any content, because the strikes are coming. They've happened to me constantly. They've happened to Dylan constantly. And I'm due for another false strike, honestly, within the next weeks. It's been a bit since I had my last one, so I'm expecting another one soon. It's really scary, and you have to have a substantial amount of support to not worry about your channel just being gone when you wake up in the morning every night when you go to bed. It's a real stressful thing, but, you know. I appreciate your support. Thank you for the likes, the comments, the subs, and the bell icons getting rung. It really does help a lot. Of course, you can follow my social medias linked down below if you enjoyed this video. I highly recommend that you go check out Dylan's channel, which will be linked down below in the description. Go follow his Twitter and support his calls for YouTube to fix this. And yeah, go send some nice, kind words and support. And maybe consider, if you want to, support me financially directly. You can do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch with the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, don't forget that you can also join my fan Discord. It is the main hub of my fan base, and it is totally free to join. I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events in there. And I also announce all my uploads and streams, so make sure to join that. I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Man, I'm feeling eepy. Oh. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Alrighty. I might be down for one, maybe two more segments. Fuck it, I'm gonna push for two, but first I need to use the restroom. I'm gonna take a quick break to use the restroom. I'll be back in like a minute. Don't go anywhere. I shall return quite promptly. BRB, guys. I'm not going anywhere, so you better not be either. All right. What's up, Drama Alert Nation? Good to see you guys again. I missed you all. Feels like I've been gone a million years. Let's see. What shall I cover next? Okay. They got Twitter, and at this rate, they'll get YouTube too? Yeah. I mean, they already have YouTube. The right has had these platforms for a very long time. Twitter is a little more overt and self-destructive, but, like, you guys know that, like, part of the Twitter files leaks that came out was something we already suspected, but was fully confirmed by the Twitter files leaks, that Twitter literally did not apply their TOS equally to the left and the right. And by that, I mean they were more lenient on conservatives, and the wording in the Twitter files, like what they found from like Twitter executives and moderators and stuff, was that if they applied their anti-hate speech TOS equally to everyone on the platform, they would have to ban every Republican politician, celebrity, and like pundit. And they didn't want to come off as like biased. So they allowed them to continue to break TOS. You should be able to sue platforms for not using their TOS properly. YouTube is getting sued for breaking their own TOS, actually. With ads and with the engagement hacking. Or the query hacking, sorry. Fuck Trump, Biden 2024. Let's go. I want Biden to fuck Trump 2024. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to see. Let's go. Alright, Oh! Oxpecker, thank you so much for the kind $5 donation. That really helps a lot. It's really appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Said, this one is continuously growing at a steady pace and I didn't even have to pay. What is this?
Michigan rooftop.
Ooh. Nice, made another TikTok. Let's go.
Ninja caught living in a popular supermarket sign for a year. Rooftop ninja who lived in a sign above a store had even set
Oh my god, it's that episode of Malcolm in the Middle.
up a Keurig machine.
This is actually a combination of two different episodes of Malcolm in the Middle, actually. Like, two different episode concepts mixed into one, but it's real life. The one where they're on the sign, and the one where there's the guy living inside of the grocery store that Malcolm's mom works at. Man, Malcolm in the Middle goes so hard.
Machine. Contractors found her after they found an extension cord connecting to the nesting spot. According to a spokesperson of the Midland Police Department, the 34-year-old woman vacated voluntarily. She was not charged. Man, that would really suck ass if she was. When the cops entered the 5-by-8-foot structure, they found that this homeless woman living in a supermarket sign for over a year set up her own flooring, her own computer on a desk, at a house plant. Did I mention that she had her own flooring? How do you find the time for that? And a Keurig coffee machine. Services for getting housed were offered to her, but she just continued to apologize, and then she just went on her way. To where? Nobody knows. Starting to wonder if she had like a pit boy on her too. Are proud of our associates for responding to this situation with the utmost professionalism. Family Fare supermarket chain said in an emailed statement. Ensuring there is ample, safe, affordable housing continues to be a widespread issue nationwide that our community needs to partner in solving. What's up?
I love the puppy. I love this story. Sadly, we do have to move on to the next thing, but I like this story. I'm gonna drop the link to your TikTok in the chat so people can go give it a view and give it a thumbs up. I think TikTok has that, or heart. They have hearts on TikTok. Damn, that is doing numbers. Let's go. If I had a TikTok account, I'd drop a like too, but I don't have a TikTok. I don't have a TikTok. I don't use TikTok. I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer. All right, let me update the dono goal. Now let us move on. I'm quite tired, and I must get my last two topics done for the day, or I'll go to bed feeling unsatisfied, with a deep pit in my stomach, feeling as though I have not done what I set out to do for the day. You know what I mean? Let's see.
antitrust.
Okay, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, there's a lot of things that people like to throw at Biden, like to try to call out his job that he's done as a president, claiming he hasn't done as well as, you know, others that would say that others would say he's done. I don't know why I can't speak right now. And one of those things has been high prices for anything, really, from gas to food to plane tickets or concert tickets or literally anything, cars, everything, housing, anything you can think of. If the price is high on it, higher than what people are used to or higher than they'd like, it's gotten thrown at Biden as an attack on his economic policy. Now, you could look at Biden's actual, economic policy and the effect it's had on the economy, which has been astronomically positive, but they don't care about that. They just kind of need someone to blame. There needs to be a scapegoat. And I've always thought that, Biden needs to do something loud and proud that involves dropping prices for something that people like. Like a very clear message that shows the American people that Biden is dropping prices. Now, can you think of something that's not necessarily a super vital thing to survive, that is regularly overpriced even when the economy is good, to a point where you could actually argue it's criminal, to a point where nobody likes it, nobody involved except the people doing it like it? Ticket selling platforms such as Ticketmaster and, don't forget, SeatGeek. Hilariously, I learned about this story from a recent episode of Philip DeFranco's show where he talked about this story, and he was talking about this story and how Ticketmaster is getting into trouble with the DOJ, and I was like, huh, okay, cool. And then his sponsorship was a SeatGeek sponsorship. And at no point does he acknowledge the fact that SeatGeek does the same thing that Ticketmaster does, or even question if, he doesn't acknowledge it at all. So Philip DeFranco talks about this story, but only refers to Ticketmaster getting gone after by the DOJ, but they're also going after the company he was sponsored by in that very video. I've got some hang-ups about Philip DeFranco. I think he's a cool guy. I tune into a few of his shows, but man, there's some questionable stuff, like that, for example. You know, I could tell some, random stories that kind of upset me about Philly D, but I think overall he's a chill guy. I don't really have, anything out for him or anything like that. There's some cringe moments he's had that, upset me, because otherwise I'd just have nothing to really complain about, to be honest. Anyway, the DOJ has been discussing an antitrust lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation. Now, everybody is on board with this, except for, obviously, Live Nation and Ticketmaster and SeatGeek and these other companies. Nobody likes the, effectively what is scalping that these companies do. They overprice these tickets. They can be from everything from venues to concerts to parades to, any event that sells tickets. You can find them being sold there, and they are massively overpriced. Apparently, it's so bad that it's illegal, or at least Biden's not going to put up with it anymore. I'm not going to lie, this is actually a really good way to get Taylor Swift on board with another Biden endorsement for 2024. Because Taylor Swift is notably been one of the biggest people calling out Ticketmaster. So this might actually get Taylor Swift on board with a loud, outspoken Biden endorsement for this election.
In recent years, Live Nation Ticketmaster's exorbitant fees and technological failures have been criticized by fans and artists alike. But we are not here today because Live Nation Ticketmaster's conduct is inconvenient or frustrating. We are here because, as we allege, that conduct is anti-competitive and...
Hold on a second. Gonna boost the volume. It's a little quiet for me.
And illegal. Our complaint makes clear what happens when a monopolist dedicates its resources to entrenching...
Biden's setting a precedent of having his administration go after big monopolies in our market is huge, by the way. For all we know, in Biden term 2, we could get Biden's DOJ is now investigating every ISP in the country and dismantling the monopoly. Like, imagine if, like, because of another 4 years of Biden, you're literally able to choose which ISP you want no matter where you live in the country. No more of that, like, dividing up different areas, like, yeah, we don't fuck with the territories, you know? Like, that whole territory situation that the ISPs have agreed to with each other is such fucking bullshit. It's literally what the WWE used to be back in, like, the fucking 70s and 80s. I'm not joking. Like, and before that. It was like the mob. Good fucking God. I hope so. There are a lot of places where there's only one ISP. Yeah. It's a massive monopoly.
Its monopoly power and insulating itself from competition rather than investing in better products and services. We allege that Live Nation has illegally monopolized markets across the live concert industry in the United States for far too long. It is time to break it up.
Let's go.
Live Nation Ticketmaster has made itself ubiquitous in the live entertainment industry. It controls at least 80% of primary ticketing at major concert venues. It directly manages...
Jesus Christ, no wonder we're going after Ticketmaster. 80% of ticketing venue, ticket sales for venues are from Ticketmaster. So I'm guessing as Ticketmaster just buys up all the tickets before anyone else possibly can, because they've got the infrastructure and money to do so, and then resells them marked up substantially. Just like pretty much a mass scalping thing. I assume like people sell them to them as well. Like people will sell, like you can sell your tickets to Ticketmaster and then they'll sell them at a higher price. Yeah, that is what they do. And they probably do both. Like you can sell your tickets to Ticketmaster and they'll resell them at a higher price than you bought them for.
There's more than 400 artists and controls more than 60% of concert promotions across the country. And it owns or controls more than 60% of large amphitheaters in the United States. We allege that to sustain this dominance, Live Nation relies on unlawful, anti-competitive conduct to exercise its monopolistic control over the live events industry in the United States and over the fans, artists, independent promoters, and venues that power the industry. The result is that fans pay more in fees, artists have fewer opportunities to play concerts, smaller promoters get squeezed out, and venues have fewer real choices for ticketing services. As detailed in our complaint, Live Nation Ticketmaster locks out competition in ticketing through the use of long-term, exclusive ticketing contracts with venues that can last over a decade, as well as by
They literally, yep, that's what I thought. They set up a contract, so they have reserved the tickets. There's not even a race to get the tickets before Ticketmaster's, like, I don't know, ticket buying bots could. They reserved the tickets contractually, a decade in advance. That's actually insane. No, that's the most uncompetitive, like, monopolistic thing ever. Yeah, it needs to be shut down. No wonder people fucking hate Ticketmaster. The artists, the consumers, everyone but Ticketmaster hates Ticketmaster. A decade, yes. Apparently, you can set that up a decade in advance. I mean, I guess.
Acquiring venues themselves.
Well, it's the venues. They set up a contract with a venue, like a decade-long contract with a venue. So the venue may have tons of different shows and events, but like it's just the venue's always the venue, but there will be different things there, and they get a contract with that venue. So you could have any given number of artists performing there or events happening there. Whatever tickets are being sold at any given time over the period the contract lasts, Ticketmaster has the rights to those tickets and gets to sell them.
With exclusive agreements that cover more than 70% of concert ticket sales at major concert venues across the country.
The 70s and 90s was the rise of contracting? Actually, they're the 2000s? Huh.
Ticketmaster can impose a seemingly endless list of fees on fans. Those include ticketing fees, service fees, convenience fees, platinum fees.
Notice how none of these things mean anything. They're just made up words that they came up with to, like, have an excuse to add extra numbers to the price. Like, a convenience fee. Like, okay. A platinum fee. What else was it? A service fee. The fuck is the service fee supposed to be? What is the difference between the convenience fee and the service fee? Why can't they just be one fee? Combined, even. The same amount. You know, like, they're trying to trick you into thinking you're paying for so many different services with buzzwords that mean nothing. That's a lot of PR, by the way. A lot of, like, public representation for companies to, like, consumers is fluffing up as much your product or what you're selling as much as possible with fake meat on the bone to convince people they're getting more than they're paying for. The more you can trick people into thinking they're getting more than they're paying for, the better. That's what capitalism's all about.
Price master fees, per order fees, handling fees, and payment processing fees, among others. For fans in the United States, this illegal...
I love how they charge you payment processing fees when whatever payment processor you're using already charges you payment processing fees. So it's like they're just charging you for a thing that costs them no money, but already costs you money before you even give them any money, because your payment processor is the one that takes payment processing fees from you, like always, by default, when you pay for things.
Conduct means higher prices. In other countries, where venues are not bound by Ticketmaster's exclusive ticketing contracts, venues often use multiple ticketing companies for the same event, and fans see lower fees and more innovative ticketing products as a result. We also allege that Live Nation Ticketmaster uses these long-term ticketing agreements with venues and its control over those venues to unlawfully pressure artists into agreeing to use its promotion services. In fact, Live Nation often sacrifices profits it could earn as a venue owner by letting its venues sit empty, rather than opening them to artists who do not use Live Nation promotion services, even during peak concert season.
It's literally they make more money off of having empty seats in a concert venue than filling them thing. It's like the same shit as like the housing market. Good God. Capitalism is a broken system when not accounted for by a good administration that knows how to do stuff like this and investigate and crack down on stuff like this.
Live Nation has not only deployed anti-competitive tactics to coerce artists and venues into using its services and to charge fans excessive fees, it has also worked strategically and illegally to eliminate the threat of potential rivals from emerging across any of its businesses. As detailed in our complaint, Live Nation suffocates its competition, promoters and venues, to threats and retaliation, to agreements with rivals designed to neutralize them. This has included acquiring or co-opting key independent promoters, even when the economics of a particular deal did not make sense for Live Nation's promotions business. For example, as recounted in our complaint, Live Nation acquired a controlling stake in AC Entertainment, an independent promoter in Tennessee. Live Nation's chief strategy officer assured executives that even though, quote, the numbers are not super exciting and this feels like more of a defensive move, the acquisition helped, quote, grow our moat in the Nashville market.
God, they're so fucking, like, what I loved about the Fallout show is how that, that meeting between all of the higher-ups of all the companies in Fallout, when they have their evil corporate meeting, like, that's low-key kind of realistic. That's how these fucking people talk. Lives of countless people's lives, money, and their well-being, etc. To a lot of these, like, higher-ups at these massive corporations like Ticketmaster, Live Nation, it's like they don't care. They are actually like soulless husks sitting at a table, moving around pieces, trying to figure out how to make themselves even a tiny sliver of a percent more money on their bottom line in this next quarter.
When faced with another potential competitor to its promotions business, Live Nation took action to ensure that the competitor would not threaten its dominance in the live music industry. Live Nation initially categorized that competitor, the venue operator Oakview Group, as one of its, quote, biggest competitor threats. Over time, however, Oakview and Live Nation morphed from competitors into partners. As detailed in our complaint,
They either consume each other or they agree to, set up a territory type thing. It's the same thing the ISPs did. Sometimes they merge or buy each other out. Sometimes they just agree not to trample on each other's turf. To give you a good example of how ISPs do this, when I was a kid, the biggest ISP, the best and biggest ISP you could get in Florida, or at least the area of Florida I lived in, was Bright House. Any Floridians in chat know what I'm talking about? I'm sure it was available in other places, but Bright House was the ISP to get. However, the other big ISP that you would occasionally find was Verizon. They did not fuck with each other's territories. They, broke up parts of Florida into specific territories where they would not try to sell to or provide service to people in each other's territories. that there was like maps and everything. Like there was instructions on where to do all that stuff. And so eventually, though, Bright House was bought by Time Warner Cable. I believe it's now known as Spectrum. And I don't know if they have Spectrum here in Seattle. I know they had Spectrum in California. They had it in Palm Springs, and they had it in Florida, obviously. So yeah, they either consume each other and like become, or well, one consumes the other, and it's like a Gario or something, and it just becomes part of what, like, the monopoly, or they start agreeing to not compete with each other, so there's no competition, which means there's effectively a monopoly. The competition is what's best for the consumer, and it's these guys' job to step in when competition stops happening, because that is never good, ever, for the American people.
Nation executives repeatedly scolded Oakview for trying.
Zan, do you remember when the UFC stadium went from being Bright House Stadium to Spectrum Stadium? I don't, but I guess that's a good example, or a good thing to remind people of what I'm talking about here.
To compete. In one instance in 2016, Live Nation
UCF,
CEO
not
warned
UFC,
Oakview
okay.
that competition would only lead to artists demanding more compensation. The Live Nation CEO emailed Oakview writing, quote, "Let's make sure we don't let them now start playing us off," referring to a prominent artist agency. Oakview backed down. In a similar instance in 2022, Live Nation CEO scolded Oakview's CEO, quote, "Who would be so stupid to do this and play into the artist agent's arms," close quote. Oakview again backed down. Quote, "We have never promoted without you, won't," said its CEO, and later added, quote, "I never want to be
They
competitors."
sound like an abusive ex.
We also allege that Live Nation has repeatedly wielded its powers to keep its rivals from expanding in the U.S. concert promotions market through threats and retaliation. In 2021, Live Nation threatened to retaliate against private equity firm Silver Lake unless one of the latter's portfolio companies, TEG, stopped competing with Live Nation for artist promotion contracts in the United States. Live Nation CEO told Silver Lake that he, quote, "failed to understand why Silver Lake, quote, continued to invest in a business that competes with Live Nation," close quote.
They literally have, like, threatening convos behind the scenes with, like, why are we competing? Come on, let's just work together. No more competition. That is always bad for the American people, always bad for the consumer. I really hope this ends up being a popular move for Biden's administration. I really, really do. I think there was a, like, a really concise breakdown by Reuters, which Reuters is not fantastic, to be clear. In fact, Reuters is, I think, one of the most funded by oil companies, media outlets out there. Or not Reuters, no, it's NPR, not Reuters. I think Reuters is one of them, but not as funded by oil, by big oil as NPR is, apparently. Yeah. I can't see why it wouldn't be popular, Zan. Well, it's a matter of whether or not people connect this to Biden having done a good thing, right? Like, it's a question of a people's decision that they already hate Biden. Like, I feel like people's hatred for Biden is like people's hatred for Rings of Power. They decided they were going to hate it the second it was announced, as I did too, to be fair. But unlike me, who had a bit of an open mind and was willing to give it a shot when it was finally here, and, you know, you could make your own decision, which I did with Biden as well. You know, I was expecting to hate Biden. I was expecting him to suck and to spend the entire administration shitting on him. Then it turned out he was actually pretty fucking good, like, surprised me at every turn and blew my expectations out of the water. Same thing for Rings of Power. It's funny how comparable they are. And yet, a lot of people just decided they hate Biden a long time ago, and it doesn't matter how good of a job Biden does, they'll find a way to frame even the coolest thing Biden does as something bad. I'm sure there'll be people out there saying, why is Biden focusing on this right now when people are dying in Palestine? It's like, well, he can do two things at once. It's like, yeah. What did happen to NPR? I remember when people talked about it, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, NPR got exposed like a while ago as being heavily funded by big oil.
If you've ever bought concert tickets, you've probably felt that frustration at checkout when suddenly the extra fees appear. You're not alone.
One of the major categories of junk fees are ones that companies charge right at the end of the purchasing process.
That's why President Joe Biden on Thursday announced a broader effort to crack down on what he calls junk fees imposed by ticket companies, banks, airlines, and other industries.
The solution is what is called all-in pricing.
The announcement comes as Ticketmaster, SeatGeek, and Airbnb this week committed to disclosing total prices up front. And according to the White House, concert giant Live Nation, which owns Ticketmaster, will commit to all-in upfront pricing in September. More entities could follow suit after Biden hosted a meeting at the White House with an array of firms, including Ticketmaster, SeatGeek, Airbnb, and a small venue in Des Moines, Iowa.
This is a win for consumers, in my view, and proof that our crackdown on junk fees has real momentum. But there's more to do.
Biden has
I need that to get as much attention as possible, and I need it to be Biden specifically associated with this move. I need Biden, Biden, Biden. His name needs to be all over this. When SeatGeek is screaming and crying about this, when fucking Ticketmaster's screaming and crying about this, I need them. I need all of it to be just Biden needs to be written all over it.
Called on Congress to pass legislation that mandates upfront all-in pricing for all ticket sellers, bans surprise resort fees charged by hotels, eliminates early termination fees charged by cable, internet, and cell phone companies, and bans family seating fees on airlines. But the battle continues. The Transportation Department last year...
Ooh, banning family seating fees on airlines. Yeah, like, dude, Biden is actively doing shit that drops prices. Like, yeah.
Asked U.S. airline.
Also, for those that don't know, this is not really related to Biden. It's more of just a consequence of the economics working the way economics do. You know how fast food has gotten absurdly overpriced, particularly since the start of COVID, but it's been happening for a while, but it really escalated since then. Because of that, a lot of people have simply stopped buying fast food. I know I have, and I'm not the only one. The amount of fast food purchases has dropped substantially due to the insane price increases. And because of that, McDonald's and Wendy's and a few other places, they're not able to get away with these high prices anymore. It's actually harming their bottom line. And in response, they are dropping their prices. They're already starting at 10 cent drop, which drops it into a lower dollar threshold at least, but it's gonna continue to drop. The only way you fight the inflation of prices on a given commodity is for the demand of that commodity to drop substantially lower than the ability to supply it. Once it gets to be an actual waste for McDonald's to continue supplying this commodity at the price that they are offering it at because there's so low demand for it at that price, they are forced to drop the price. That is how you fight inflation. That is how inflation disappears. It doesn't really go away, but it disappears in the mind of the average American, is companies are forced to drop prices back down because people stop buying products that are expensive and overpriced the more overpriced they get. There is a point where there's just a certain amount of people that stop buying and they're forced to level things back out and get the price to somewhere where a good amount of people are still willing to pay. It's not so much boycotting as people just cannot afford that thing anymore, and the companies are forced to make it affordable again. It's not a boycott thing, it's a material condition thing. Like when you can't afford something, like for example, iPhones. When the iPhone first came out, it was so overpriced, no one could afford it. You had to be like pretty well off to afford an iPhone, the iPhone 1. And the whole goal of like all cell phone manufacturers from then on for smartphones was to make them as cheap as possible. Because if they want as many people to be able to afford a smartphone as possible. Now that everyone's hooked on smartphones, the idea is they've tried to slowly boil the frog to raising the prices with inflation. But if people stop being able to afford those phones, eventually just because they can't afford them and thus aren't buying them, those prices are going to drop naturally. It's going to happen. That's just how economics works. It's how inflation goes away. And it's what's happening with a lot of things, including fast food right now. And in some ways, Biden is actively forcing companies to cut off junk fees that were already inflating prices.
Whether they would agree to pay at least $100 for delays of at least 3 hours if the airline was at fault. So far, none have agreed. And
Biden cracking down on airlines, too, as a little side to our meat and potatoes. Let's fucking go, dude. Love that. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, this is just a massive Biden W, and I hope Biden gets a lot of credit for it. He deserves it. He's been doing a good job. Like, he's had his shortcomings, but there hasn't been enough attention drawn to his successes when he is the only alternative to fascism in this coming election. Anyway, guys, if you like this video, please consider leaving a like. It really helps a lot. Every single thumbs up goes a long way, and it's totally free. Also, please consider commenting down below. It has a similar effect and it really helps a lot, and I really do appreciate it. Don't forget you can also follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description as well. And if you want to support me financially, please consider doing so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying some merch to the Streamlabs link down below in the description. And of course, don't forget to follow or to join my fan Discord, which is linked down below in the description as well. There's a link down there. It is easy to find, I hope. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, call-ins, streams, game events, all sorts of cool stuff there. And I also announce all my new uploads and streams too, so make sure you join that if you haven't already. I hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed, and thank you for watching. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. One more Ride the Rails. I got one more segment for the day. Good segu. What's happened on Jubilee lately? Let's see what Jubilee's been up to. We haven't watched one of these in forever. Oh my god. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. I wanted to check in and see what Jubilee has been having happen on their channel lately. You probably know them for their, like, big roundtable debate events that they do, usually with YouTubers and political pundits, and some people just pulled right off the street. They'll have debates about race, politics, gender, sexuality, all sorts of things. And they tend to be pretty fun to watch and really good to react to and cover. They're also quite long, so we are not going to watch even close to all of it, but we'll watch a good chunk. This one's not even that hard politics, though I will say I have a feeling that the red pill crowd is going to try and jump on this since it's only a day old and there hasn't really been time for it to get politicized just yet. The video is titled, "Will the Truth Destroy These Couples? Lie Detector Test." Not only does this just sound hysterical to watch, but I can imagine we're going to get some weird political implications out of this at some points, especially the way people are going to respond. So I just want to watch it. I want to see this. Are you guys interested? Does this sound neat to you? Couples taking a lie detector test in front of each other. And they're obviously going to be asked like questions like, have you ever cheated on her or some shit like that? Oh, this is going to be good, dude. Yeah, okay, let's check this out. I'm down. Let's do it. 1.25 speed.
Why do we lie? To shield our loved ones from the truth? To safeguard ourselves? Today on the hot seat, we're testing the honesty of 3 couples using a lie detector. They'll undergo 2 rounds of interrogation. First, by me, then by each other.
Did you cheat on me when you went to Italy?
No, I did not cheat on you.
What do you think it is, huh?
Oh shit. Okay, I'm already so invested, guys. It's gonna be cringe as fuck. It's gonna be so. Look at the zoomer. It's already so cringe, but I'm invested as fuck, dude.
True.
Do you believe yourself?
Let's find.
Are lie detectors accurate? Sure.
Find out what these couples are hiding and uncover the hidden truth.
Not enough for legal admission, I don't think. I think they can be used as a supportive piece of evidence on an already strong case. But yeah, I think honestly lie detectors are, I think usually, aren't polygraphs usually used by detectives just for to see if they think somebody is suspicious? I don't think it's ever used in court. I don't think it can be used to find if someone's like guilty. I think it's more of an interrogation thing to see, like, for the detectives to know, like, do they feel like strongly if this person's guilty or not? Yeah, I don't think it's like something that's going to be used against you in court. It's like it's a tool used by the investigators to see if they think it's like if they think you seem guilty, right?
Within their lies. I'm Kot Takahashi, and you're watching The Hot Seat.
Oh boy.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, for some reason my heart's like.
I see that. Okie doke.
You're the least nervous so far.
I internalize all of it.
You would think if these couples had anything to hide from each other, they wouldn't have agreed to this, right? Because, like, I know what you have to do to get onto a Jubilee show. Like, you have to, like, apply. And they send you an email asking if you want to be a part of so-and-so, where they're doing so-and-so. Although I don't know if they give you that much info, so they could be getting blindsided here, to be fair. It's possible they don't know it was going to be a lie detector test. Who knows?
Definitely nervous.
Polygraph.
Are you ready to start the test?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you thought about breaking up with your partner recently?
Yes.
Ooh.
Do you think your partner has cheated or been unfaithful in any way?
Yes.
Are you hiding anything from your partner?
No.
I just asked you all the same 10 questions. It's time for us to find out if you were telling the truth or if you were lying. Let's begin.
Shit, dude. We're
the
gonna
first
see
question
some
I
fights.
asked you was, is your partner the best you've ever had in bed? Jesse,
Uh-oh.
you answered.
No. Oh, no. Listen, something you have to know about men's psychology. This is not a taught thing. This is literally inherent to men's psychology. And this is like how you destroy any man, no matter how much of a stone they are, okay? This is something that the red pillars take heavy advantage of. But, like, I don't know if it's biological. I think partially it's probably a little bit inherent, like a little bit of just something that's like in like a part of most men's mindset sort of inherently. And I think a lot of it is also taught. The idea is that your sexual performance, like, that is basically... Oh, does my stream just get memed? Did my stream just get memed by YouTube? No, it didn't. No, it just gave a weird warning pop-up. Why? Warning, heads up, why? What's it warning me about? Huh. More info? Sign to allow list, add. Oh. I think it's just telling me that somebody was, like, streaming my content or something? I don't know. Maybe it was detecting... I don't think it was Jubilee copywriting. I think it was... Because people... Is Jubilee copyrighted? Because people react to this all the time. Is it copyrighted? You were fine, but... You're fine now, but you were frozen. Well, let's see if we can continue.
No.
And this was the truth.
Wait, I got an idea. Hold on, chat. They can't copyright meme me. If I flip it horizontally... Heh. Now there's no way for the copyright demons to get me. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Wait, no, that's... Hold on. Transform. Flip horizontal back. Go to screen capture. Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Now YouTube can't get me.
Cassidy.
Sorry.
You answered
yes.
And this was...
Now it's mirrored.
A lie.
What's up, baby?
Oh, shit. Okay. So I can finally get to that point I was making before, by the way. So the point I was making before is that so many men, either inherently socialized, I don't really know what the like where it comes from. It could be a bit of both. This idea that if you're not able to be the most pleasing sexually to a woman in every way, aesthetically, pragmatically, from size to the way that you use it, to the amount of nut that you explode onto her face when you're done, how long you last, everything. These things are seen as some of the most paramount necessities, like standards to be met to be a real man. Like, if you, like, date a girl and that girl thinks that another guy she's been with was better than you in bed, that is emasculating to the vast majority of men. I'm sure there's men that don't think that. I'm sure there's men that are, like, much more, like, chill about it, right? And I don't really think it's that big of a deal myself, but there's definitely a twinge of that, like, you want to be the best. A lot of guys have been told that if they're not the best, if someone is better at them at a certain list of things that is a man, then that means they're a lesser man. And that's a shitty feeling that we kind of instill into men. And I must remind you guys, because this is a feminist argument I am making, fundamentally, who set up these systems? Who was it that set these standards and pushed these ideas? Men. So from the time you're a boy, other men are telling you these toxic ideas that end up affecting you as you get older for a lot of men. So this question here is a perfect question. I'm so glad they started with it. Is your partner the best you've ever had in bed? Because this is going to be used by red pill channels. I know it will be. This question.
No.
Oh, here we go.
You answered
yes.
Truth.
No.
And this was the truth.
Wait, hold on.
Best you've ever had in bed.
Okay.
Jesse, you answered
no.
And this was the truth. Cassidy.
I mean, I guess he told the truth, I guess. I mean, she seems to be taking it kind of seriously, too. You know, maybe it's not even just a male... Like, I guess it's more tied to masculinity, but I'm sure women feel this as well, right? Like, if they knew that their boyfriend thought they weren't the best they've ever had in bed, I imagine there'd be some sort of, like, jealousy or insecurity there, too, for a lot of women. But I don't think it would affect, like... the way that most women feel like valid. I don't think they'd feel invalidated as a woman the same way that like a cis man feels invalidated as a man in that position. Because we don't tie women's femininity to their like ability to engage, like to please someone sexually, right? Like we do to an extent. Like, obviously, there is sexualization and dehumanization, but at the same time, it's like, it's not a positive thing. It's a very negative, dehumanizing thing. While for men, it's seen as, like, the thing that gives you value. Interesting. Man, Red Pillar's gonna jump all over this, man.
Sorry.
You answered
yes.
And this was a lie.
What's up, baby? I know I laid it down, but goddamn.
Latest question.
Vanessa, you answered
Yes.
and this was the truth.
Oh.
Drew, you answered
yes.
and this was the truth.
I'm happy for them, honestly. They're probably both, like, each other's first, to be honest, though.
Yay!
Chloe, you answered
Yes.
and this was a lie.
What? Okay.
Ren, you answered
Yes, absolutely.
and this was the truth.
Oh, no. Oh. That's rough, man. When one tells the truth and says that the other partner was the best they've had in bed and the other lies and says yes and they aren't. Oh. What do you think the car rides home are going to be like for these people, for these couples? Like when they ride home, like when they drive home from this, like what do you think those car rides are going to be like? Like either lots of yelling and arguing or just silent. Just a silent car ride.
Drew and Vanessa, you both said yes, and you were both honest.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good?
Let's go. Yeah. We know what we like, so I guess it's each other.
Yeah.
Jesse,
I'm rooting for
Cassidy
them.
was not the best you've ever had in bed.
Correct.
Why?
I mean, because I've been with like over 1,000 women, and like the competition's a little rough, and I'm a fucking freak. If what's not being met that I need down there is not all the time and on a crazy level, it's hard for someone to take that spot.
Is there one specific person?
I used to have this married lady out in Boca, this couple that let me sleep with his wife whenever I wanted, and they were a lot of fun, yeah.
Okay, that guy's just a Chad.
How does that make you feel?
I feel like I kind of knew that. There's been experiences in his life that I have not encountered.
Well, Cassidy, you said...
I mean, have we not, like, we've not acknowledged the fact this guy showed up without a shirt on, right? Like, this guy's a massive douchebag. He is literally playing the character of a Chad here, and I genuinely love it. I love this guy. I really do. He's a total douchebag. He came here without a shirt on and has got his sunglasses on his head. He's not wearing them on his eyes, thankfully. I wish he was wearing the I need him to put the sunglasses down in his eyes, actually. I need him to be shirtless, wearing sunglasses inside, with the fucking chain and the goddamn lapel mic taped to his chest. It's fucking hilarious. He's in his 40s. I guarantee it, Night Mothism. That is not a guy in his 30s. That is a guy in his 40s. He's on Tren and probably T-boosters. He's on PEDs and he's in his 40s. I guarantee it.
Life that I have not encountered.
Well, Cassidy, you said yes, but you lied. Why did you lie?
Honestly, I am. We do a lot of like couple play, so I'm sure other people have pleased me more and differently in different aspects.
Ren, you said yes, absolutely, that was true. But Chloe, you said yes, but lied. Why did you lie?
I have no idea why it showed up like that. Like, I haven't had good sex before her, so, like, at all.
Maybe the polygraph lied.
Like, we've explored the most out of anyone I've been with. I have the most fun with her. Do you believe me? I believe you.
You believe her even though the expert polygraph examiner got that it was a lie?
I believe you over everything, but I also do feel like maybe there was people that were better and more confident than I am. No one I thought about. I've told her all my sex stories and none of them were good.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. The next question I asked you all was, do you want to spend the rest of your life together? Jesse, when I asked you, you said
yes.
However, it was a lie.
Is he playing? He might be playing, guys. He might. I guarantee you the red pillars are gonna jump onto this video like crazy, and this guy is gonna be like their main character hero guy. He's gonna be like their self-insert, or their like headcanon self-insert. So
Cassie,
they think they look
when
like.
I asked you, you said
yes.
It was the truth.
Fuck. Oh shit.
Vanessa, when I asked you, you said.
That's the thing though, yeah, it does measure anxiety levels, and psychopaths and narcissists can like lie and pass a polygraph because they don't get nervous when lying. And people could train themselves for that too. And honestly, like, how many people do you know would fail a polygraph test telling the truth if the question was just something that made them nervous, or if they're in a nervous situation? I guess the idea is, like, once the question gets asked or a certain word is brought up, do you get a spike? Like, do you immediately think of something and there's a spike? I guess that's what it detects.
Yes.
It was the truth. Drew, when I asked you, you said.
Yes.
It was the truth. Chloe, when I asked you, you said.
Yes.
And it came out true.
Told you guys.
Ren, you said yes as well, and it was also true.
Yeah.
A lot of love
our
going
first
on here.
Okay.
Jesse, you lied.
So we live a crazy fucking lifestyle, and I never know where our life's gonna go. I never know if she's gonna wind up liking someone more or not, because we're in the adult film industry and we do a lot of stuff, and on our private.
Oh, they're porn creators. Okay.
Like, we have a lot of fun too. We're a viral social media couple, so a lot of crazy stuff comes our way that, you know, gets in the way of our happiness.
Cassidy, how do you feel hearing that it's not true? He doesn't feel the same.
I think it comes down to knowing all the fun that we've had with everybody else. So I have to think on that.
It's got some thinking to do?
Yeah.
Don't think too hard about it.
Don't think too hard about it?
No.
Why?
Because I put my life, I put everything on the line to be with this girl right here. And I've showed that through many ways, through social media, through personal actions. This is the one I want to be with. So she knows what's up. She knows what time it is.
The next question I asked.
I don't know. I feel like he might just be, like, being a player. I don't know. He doesn't seem like... I don't know what to try to pry, but... shit, man. That polygraph. Unfortunate.
You all was, do you think your partner has cheated or been unfaithful in any way? Vanessa, you said...
No.
And it was the truth.
I trust you.
Good.
Drew, you also said no. However, It was the truth as well. Jesse.
I'm rooting for them, man. I'm fucking rooting for them.
You said
yes.
And this was the truth.
Yeah, I'm confident.
Cassidy, you also said yes. And it was the truth.
Cutthroat.
I don't really feel like they would be cheating on each other. I mean, I'm sure like porn star couples that are both in the porn industry cheat on each other. It's happened, guaranteed. But like, I don't know. As long as like emotional like things are being fulfilled with each other, I don't really feel like there'd be a desire among either party to cheat, even if one person is like obsessed with having sex with a lot of different people because that's their job, and that wouldn't really be considered cheating by like the other partner. That'd be agreed to. Did we get memed? Did we get memed by YouTube? Did they finally meme us for the copyright? Oh, we managed to get pretty far though. It'll come back. It'll come back. The stream will come back. It'll come back. Wait a sec. It'll come back. Wait a sec. Are these not typing in any chat? What the hell? We just gotta give it a moment. Well, I guess I'll give my, like, little closing statement bit here, because Jubilee... Like, the way that the copyright system works, for those that don't know, is that you can cover things like this in a video, and it won't get you. It won't, like, fuck you over. There's easy ways to, like, appeal and stuff. But YouTube shoots first and asks questions later when it comes to live streams. So if I live stream something copyrighted, it just does this, where nobody watching can see me right now. It just says stream unavailable for, like, 5 minutes. So I'm going to wrap up the segment here. But yeah, I think the Red Pillars are probably going to jump on this like crazy. I hope I was able to give, like, I don't know, some commentary on some of this stuff that should help to maybe cut through the narratives that Red Pillars are going to try to use with this video and some of the things that were said in it. I really do think that, you know, it was valuable to cover. I think it was good. I think it was worth covering. You know, it was funny too. It was actually, for the bits that we got to see, the 7 minutes we got to watch, it was quite funny. So yeah, with that said, if you enjoyed this video, please consider dropping a like. It really does help a whole hell of a lot. Every single thumbs up is basically a cattle prod to the YouTube algorithm. It pushes my content out to far more people. So I really do appreciate it, every single one of you who does that. And of course, if you want to support me further, every single one of you who does that. And of course, if you want to support me... Sorry, I had the stream open in a different window. We're back. We're back. Yes, okay. Now I'm doing the outro for the segment now. I continued the segment while YouTube copyright memed me. We're wrapping it up. We're wrapping up the segment. So yeah, the copyright demons got me. It happens. You can't live stream copyrighted stuff for very long before YouTube just takes you down, and you have to stop playing it for them to put you back on. But I guess that's a good marker of where to wrap things up. So comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Like, follow my social medias, link down below in the description. And if you want to support me directly financially, like PepperT21 has, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying some merch to the Streamlabs link down below in the description as well. And don't forget, I also have a fan Discord. It's the main hub of my fan base and community. I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events in there. I also announce all my new uploads and streams too, so make sure to join. I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Nice. Sorry, Jubilee copyright cucked us, but I feel like we got a good amount of the video watched. All right. PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5 donations, or $5 donations. $5 donation, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really am sleepy. Did someone say fast food is overpriced? What's this?
You make a fair point, right? I guess I'll concede on that.
Well, you sure didn't make it easy. You make quite a good argument, Al. But not good enough to find me out, fool. It's already
gotta
too
flip
late.
it.
Misa's already made the deal and can already see your name in lifespan. Now all I need is the chance to get that name from her. And I'll write your name in the death note. It's been fun, Al. You know, Al, it's getting late. Maybe it's time you and I head out. Would it be okay if I said goodnight to Misa privately?
Light! Don't be so naughty!
That's not what I meant, Misa.
I guess so. The student needs his sleep. But you know, this sitting around has gotten me quite the appetite. How would you two feel about ordering some dinner? My treat, of course.
Dinner? Sounds good to me. Damn it! I should have known it wouldn't be so easy. Even now, he's being cautious. I can't act too suspicious. I just need a few more minutes.
Ooh, yes, please!
What did you have in mind, El?
Fair question. Why don't we order some Wendy's? You and I could split a 4 for 4. How's that sound like?
Okay. Wendy's 4 for 4? You think I'm that dense, Al? Of course I knew the Wendy's 4 for 4 sandwich, nuggets, fries, and choice of soft drink would barely be enough for the both of us. But of course, you knew I'd think that, didn't you, Ryuzaki? Well, wait, wouldn't the $5 biggie bag be more appropriate, seeing as it be split between the two of us?
Huh? Very perceptive, Light. I suppose you're right. So I was right. Even though I was the one paying, you still would recommend a more expensive meal. Just as I'd suspect a mass murderer such as yourself to do, Kira. However...
With the 4 for 4 price as close to $5 as it is, it's only the most logical conclusion to add those extra few cents. You can't pin anything on me. Face it, Al. This pitiful Hail Mary is pointless.
Can we get Taco Bell instead?
Taco Bell? How interesting.
Misa, you idiot! What the hell do you think you're doing? Is this some poor attempt to get us alone? Now? El can see right through that!
Taco Bell? Why on earth would she suggest Taco Bell? Is this some part of your game, Kira?
There has to be something I'm not seeing here. Wait, Taco Bell was founded in 1962. That was the same year that Marilyn Monroe died.
Marilyn Monroe had 13 letters in her name.
They're thinking the same thing.
It's making them 15. Her third film came out in March 15th, but where are the Ides of March?
The Romans praised their own god of death, Mors. But why him? Why? Mors, the god of death and casualty. Casualty in Spanish is Baja. The Baja Blast.
Baja Blast.
I get it. She's trying to say she'll kill him, right here and now.
So that's your game.
Yes. Do it, Misa. Tell her how you want to Baja Blast and secure my position as god of the new world. Do it. Now.
You're gonna make a move right here, right now? Now do your worst, Kira. There are cameras all around this room. Every movement you make will be caught and seen by millions. Make your move in the ceremony.
Do it.
No!
Wait, can you even get a Big Mac at Taco Bell?
God, I fucking love that video. Okay, guys. I feel like that's a good way to wrap up stream. Today was a fun one. A little shorter than you... Oh, wait. I have to update the donut goal so you guys can see. Thank you all so much for your support today. You guys have been so kind and so awesome. I really appreciate all of you coming out. I will, of course, be streaming tomorrow. Yes, you should watch Death Note, hey nah. I will, of course, be streaming tomorrow. I will most likely be streaming New Vegas at the end of segments, more likely than not. But then the day after, I will be taking off. But then the day after that, I will be streaming again. And after segments, we're doing another watch party of Rings of Power in the Discord. We're watching the next 3 episodes, episodes 4, 5, and 6. God, the show just gets progressively better with each episode. I really like it. So yeah, hopefully more of you guys will show up next time. We got over 50 people in the watch party at the last one. It's been one of the bigger watch parties we've had. So hopefully we can keep getting them bigger and bigger and bigger with each new episode and new show that we watch or new movie that we watch. It's going to be fun. Are you going to announce when you play Rust again? I will be playing Rust again soon, though I will say I'm a little too, feeling a little too icky to sit at my computer long enough to, get, super into a Rust wipe. Me and my friends are currently waiting for the next monthly because we really want to do a month-long Rust wipe on a 2X just to, really do everything the game has to offer because Ethan's still quite new. And he hasn't done Bradley yet. He hasn't taken down Attack Helicopter, done Underwater Labs, run Power Plant. Well, he's run Power Plant, sorry. He hasn't run launch site or any of like the tier 3 monuments or anything. He hasn't taken on oil rigs, small or large or medium. I haven't even seen the tugboats. We haven't fucked around a lot with the underground yet. There's just a lot to do. And a 2x 1 month is pretty nice. Like, we haven't fucked around a lot with electricity or farming. We want to make we actually want to grow and learn how to farm in the game with like corn and pumpkins and hemp, fishing, all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of aspects of the game that it takes a monthly wipe server to actually explore. And you want to do that on a 2x and just dominate the server with as many people as possible. But still feeling a little ill. We're not doing that just yet, but it'll be probably very soon, like in the next week. So yeah, message me if you want to be part of the Rust group. I'll send you an invite in DMs. Just DM me on Discord, and I'll check my DM requests every once in a while and see if anyone asks to join Rust. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you all coming out today. You've been so kind, so supportive, and I really do appreciate all of you being here. I really don't know what else to say. Thank you all so much. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. And as always, I hope you all have a beautiful and fantastic day. Nighty-night. Doo-doo fart.